Saturn day. And this would be, is it the 16th or the 15th? I lost track. But anyway, it's Saturn day, end of the week, where we generally go over what happened during the previous week in terms of the bread and circuses and the associated clowns. Yeah, today would be the 15th. All right, well, time is moving along slow, for me anyway, right now. What I've noticed is that time flies when you're barraged with psyops. It's just one after the other. It's like shiny object syndrome. We're just like attracted to, look, this person got stabbed, this person got shot, this plane fell from the sky, and it's just never ending. I'm just glad we have something to talk about aside from Erica Kirk's hot pants and which shooter or shooters Candace Owens is blaming next. The fact that she's the #1 podcast in the world tells you something. It's all about what they want. It's propaganda, but it's really not about what is demanded, but what they want painted on the zeitgeist. So there's a lot to talk about. There's a couple of things I was trying to find information on. Do you remember I think it was in Texas, Dream City Church in Phoenix, Awaken Church in California, and Preston Baptist in Texas. These were the churches that created AI Charlie Kirk's and blasted him to the congregation where he's like, hey guys, death isn't that bad. It's like promotion. And I can do more work from up here and you can carry on. And people out there weeping, crying, worshiping. It's just necromancy. Well, apparently people want more of this. Several churches are now adopting AI-powered chatbots to let members interact with an AI version of Jesus, who will encourage them to confess their sins, ask spiritual questions, and seek help for personal issues. A lot of people are alarmed by this. Although, I don't know, given the recent, and who knows, maybe it's always been this way, but if you look at the way that the various priesthoods have taken advantage of the intimacy with their congregation, I almost feel like AI Jesus would be safer. There's not going to be any scandals there. Although confessing your sins to AI anything is questionable. Girl says it's a death cult. MAGA is a death cult. Joined by Penguinati Auto Hoaxer, Sprightly Sprites, Gemstone Crystal Mineral Magic. And Ollie Goering says what's up with the 3-eye atlas? I thought it was going to hit us. I thought it was going to drop off aliens who would actually be demons. But now I'm thinking, as I've been saying recently, just so you're ready for this, they've been conditioning us for the alien invasion, which is just another way of saying higher intelligence taking over that we're going to submit to, once it demonstrates that it's smarter than us, that it solves many of our problems. And I think that this is not going to be physical aliens, but rather artificial intelligence is going to fill in that role. AI on the world stage is going to do everything the alien invasion was supposed to do. It's going to unite us. It's going to elevate our politics above, human greed and corruption. Like we're about to be, possibly, anyway, I'm thinking this is the case with AI. Eventually, it's going to fulfill that role. But one thing I want to point out about this whole scenario is that no matter how smart it gets, it's always going to have the perspective of the mainstream. Like the Wikipedia version of reality is what the AI is going to operate out of. So it's not like its super intelligence is going to cause it to see through media fakery. Its programming is such that it will treat mainstream media as objective reality. So it exists within the Truman Show to reinforce it. And this is very much analogous to how people are programmed into the mainstream box. Your presuppositions keep you from getting out of it. They're bars on your cage. Okay, so Ollie Goering says supposedly 3i Atlas is hitting on the 19th next month. Portal Complex says AI invasion. Exactly. Maybe the AI Jesus that they're talking about right now. The AI Jesus. This is insane. It could really take off because it's going to serve these functions. It doesn't even have to be sentient. That's my point. So last night I was on the far, far, far west side of town, and I thought it was a firework, but I saw a meteorite, and it looked like it hit the ground. I mean, it either went down to the horizon, or it looked like it hit the ground locally. Sometimes it's hard to tell when there's mountains in the background. Like, is it on the other side? Is it on this side? But it was bright green, which is, I think, typical. What's up? Tominoid says same day as Avatar 3. Yeah, when is Avatar 3 coming out? And I want to point out, too, that James Cameron is a major metascriptor. And Avatar has the whole Pangea's global consciousness. Like Pangea. No, not Pangea. What is the name of the jungle planet for Avatar? I was thinking, okay, it's called Pandora. So Pandora has it's a moon, but it has a consciousness. And the Na'vi are able to communicate through the trees, by hugging the trees. They talk to the planet, they talk to the moon. And what you find out in Avatar 2 is that humans, we basically killed Gaia. Gaia was conscious, but we kind of killed her with all the oil rigs and our pollution and our overconsumption of fossil fuels. We basically destroyed Gaia, and so then we have to go to Pandora. But the idea of global consciousness is what I'm talking about. I mean, I've connected this with Gaia and the World Economic Forum's Global AI Alliance, which is kind of the same idea, global consciousness. But James Cameron also included this in the Terminator with Skynet. So it's not a new idea that you get some kind of AI takeover with our volition. It just tends not to end well in any of these scenarios. Like in the 100 on Netflix, it decides that we're going to screw up the planet, so it decides to nuke us, but it sends babies in arcs into space who can come back down 18 years later and repopulate, and they will not be given the option of advancing technologically. Like, that's basically, I think, the objective here. Ollie Goering says the lore of the current psyops are moderately entertaining. Yeah, well, right now the topics are literal demons believed by the people on the far, far right. Tucker Carlson doubling down on his demon attacks, claimed it made him bleed. Didn't even talk about bandaging it. Like, if a demon scratches you, aren't you going to put some like Neosporin or something so it doesn't get infected? No, demons scratch him, leaving 14-inch gashes that bleed, and he just goes back to bed. He's an excellent troll. He knows it's fake. He knows that the people condemning him know it's fake, but he knows that there's a large swath of the population who lap this stuff off. They lap it up. They can't not believe any of it. These are the same people who fell for Q. If you believe that the Clintons and the other Democrats are doing satanic rituals and drinking the blood from children, then how hard is it for you to believe that a demon went after one of your truth warriors like Tucker? And I noticed Candace Owens mimicking his rhetoric in certain ways. Like, the way she uses the word obviously copies his way of using the word obviously. It's all just rhetoric and strategy, but they're pandering to their base. And like it or not, there are people who believe that demons are real and AI is a demon and aliens are coming, but they're demons. And that these demons work with the Democrats, with the government. Leo the Squid became a member. Blue Wrench Lodge, thank you for joining. You'll be getting an 18-inch titanium blue steel wrench. It'll be dropped off on your doorstep at some point. All right, so we were talking about the AI. Jesus. And a lot of people are very much alarmed by it, but I don't know if I care that much. I just think there's a lot of phobia being put out there about AI, but it is kind of interesting to see how far people will go with it. I saw these other apps that are horrifying. One of them is it's like the dead grandma app. Like you put some content from a deceased relative into it, and it'll turn them into an interactive character based on the knowledge base that you give them, of course. So you have any content from them, social media, you just basically create digital clones of deceased loved ones. And in this commercial I saw, the mother's asking advice of this deceased relative, having the deceased relative read bedtime stories to the children. Like your dead relatives reading bedtime stories through the black mirror to your children. Like how are the children processing this? And one of the other things about this is that memories are, I think memories should be treated as like, these are, if they're intimate memories, important memories, you shouldn't be so flippant with them, because if you recall them, the context in which they're recalled does affect them. They're always altered. And what this means is you could screw with your original memories. It's called the misinformation effect. And this is irreversible. There's no cure for the Mandela effect. It's essentially the same thing. It's your memories being screwed with. Clockwork 113 says, happy Saturn Day. Yeah, thanks for joining. And the phone number's on the screen if anybody wants to call. Ollie says, demons can't control themselves. I'm just that irresistible. They want me, so they hurt me. I woke up with bloody scars on my back. Tucky Coilson. Did he say that? He's a trip. But look, in my opinion, Tucker Carlson still works for Fox. They just needed somebody with street cred to lead the woke faction. And I think Candace Owens still works for Ben Shapiro. I think this was just a shift of facade to make it look like, oh, we can relate to them. They're on our side. By our, I mean the truthers, or the far right, where it goes into J pill, Q pill, red pill. I was looking into Candace Owens, her background. She used to be called Red Pill Black, and she's really quite remarkable if you actually look at her over her career and her friendship with Charlie Kirk. To me, it looks so much like a scripted reality TV show. When I look at their interactions, people are like, look, they were so close, they were friends, they're dancing awkwardly. I don't know, it looked like they were trying to recreate the intro to Friends, the TV show. Everything just looks so phony. But this is what we do here. We're separating real from fake. And we do have some people in our server who still believe like the alt media version. And people say, what are we doing debating them? And like the whole purpose of debate is to get people's ideas out in the open and subject them to a vivisection for educational purposes. Because as more people exit the far right, woke right, red pill echo chambers and contemplate what we're presenting, the more we're going to need these various bad arguments deconstructed. Portal Complex says shape-shifting Shapiro is a parasite. Right. See, that would be, in my opinion, that would be see, I don't have opinions about these people because I don't think they're real. To me, they're all Poes. Nick Fuentes, Poe. Candace Owens, Poe. Charlie Kirk, Poe. Parodies of extremism. They don't believe what they say. And even if they did, the stuff they're talking about is fake. So you might hate Ben Shapiro for some reason, or think that he's some kind of a reptilian, which is a euphemism, obviously. But what's your real problem with him? Unless you take for granted the reality of the world stage, which I don't. I reject the whole thing as nothing more than bread and circuses. And the evidence supports that. The evidence support that we are living through bread and circuses. And bread and circuses is not just what you see in the movies. It's not just what the celebrities do or the Kardashians. The bread and circuses is your nightly news within the context of a media ecosystem where we are subjected to these immersive illusions, where every single possible outlet is presenting the same scenarios, preparing you for the same scenarios. And one of the things we've been doing on this channel is reverse engineering world stage characters. And so we shouldn't fall into the delusion that the bread and circus clowns are real. If the bread and circuses are fake, then the clowns are fake. And in this particular case, someone like Nick Fuentes or Ben Shapiro, these characters, they really get people mad because of the things they say. They're provocateurs. But they're all speaking from the same essential vantage point, the world stage, which means they don't know about media fakery, news bending, history bending, media fakery itself, psychological operations. I mean, they may know these things to some level, but these things are not included in their assessment to their ignorant, hoodwinked followers. So if you're responding to them or reacting to them as though they are real, you're in the box still. We shouldn't be reactive to any of these characters. I mean, except as, judging the characters and responding to the performances. But I don't mistake them for real. It's been a long time since the propaganda matrix has extracted any louche out of me. It's been a long time since they really haven't had any characters in any way that have triggered me or bothered me. I certainly don't lose sleep over it. Someone asked me the other day, so what's going on in politics? Because I used to be really much like talking about it. But when I would talk about it, I would do so from the perspective of somebody who accepted it as real. In other words, let me not alienate the people I'm talking to and just give my opinions as though I assume these things to be real. But the last time someone asked me, what do you think about politics? I couldn't do that. I was just like, in my opinion, and you're not going to like this and just ignore it, but everything I'm looking at indicates that our history is fabricated, created proactively, planned decades in advance, which really makes me think that everything is rigged and politics is nothing more than a steam valve, and that none of these politicians are anything more than just a puppet show to distract us from the fact that we're under some kind of ubiquitous world order. Because if that's my honest opinion, everything else I say is really just going to be meaningless or babble. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. I'd be faking it if I pretended that I believed in this stuff. Girl says, do we care about the source of funding for Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire? Do we care if it belongs to a foreign intelligence agency? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you care very much about who's putting money in Ben Shapiro's pocket, but I don't believe that there are foreign countries in any meaningful sense. If you are actually paying attention to anything that we're saying here about psychological operations, the short-term and long-term effects, and how it's global, then the idea of different states is kind of just more distraction, more dialectics. There's only one government. There's a media monopoly, and it's global. So that's the more important thing right now than getting into these faction fights, left versus right, with this manufactured outrage for each side. I mean, I'm not into the political warfare. I'm not on the political horseshoe. There's no outrage coming out of me. And if you're outraged, it doesn't make me think that your position's any more credible. It just makes me think that you've been weaponized to take part in what I consider to be psychological warfare. And if you're participating in any anti-position or pro-position, you are the controlled opposition. The controlled opposition to, I guess, like, you couldn't really say you're anti-war, but if you're part of the psychological warfare operation on left or right, you're culpable in all of it. It wouldn't work without foot soldiers. You think they could have done 2020 if they didn't have mass compliance? And if you're carrying water for any of these narratives, you are no different than the mask carriers at this point. I mean, we can dispute this, but I'm just really not pretending like this mass collectively agreed upon delusion is real. Yeah, calm down. I did see a very Robbie Parker looking guy at the Kirk psyop. I mean, I was like, that's amazing. It's not him, but uh, there were some pretty bad actors there. My favorite one was the girl at the very beginning who was like laughing, and she talked about the blood gushing out of Kirk's chest and how he plunged forward. I'm like, she couldn't have gotten it more wrong. I mean, how do you even get testimony like that? Is anybody here taking the world stage seriously anymore? Like, are we not aware? I mean, we know this is bred in circuses. Do we have to like act like it's real for the benefit of the people who still believe it? And that's what I mean by bringing up this anecdote, is that I don't know why I continue to pretend to take it any more seriously. I mean, what we're looking at here is we're looking at it like anthropologists, not ideologues. And if you're an ideologue and you're not an activist, you're not marching, you're not running for office, if you're not actually out there doing anything, then it really confirms what I've been saying about the purpose of the internet. It's a steam valve. You just tweet it out, tweet that outrage. And what will happen is you'll feed the system, you're putting your fuel into it, your loosh, which feeds it, and you'll never do anything to expose it in any meaningful way. Deprogrammed Truth that says, hurts my feelings to hear you say how I used to be in the past. I was that guy. I carried the water for the mainstream and I carried it for Alex Jones. We all did. All of us did. I recall around the time I was just out of the military, I remember looking at the news and stuff, and I just kind of assumed man's terrible. I agree with Agent Smith. We're destroying the planet. I hope we get hit by a big meteor. Like, didn't everybody think that way? Like, I thought there were serial killers, mass shooters, and I got kind of macabre about it. I just kind of accepted it. You could say I was demoralized. The misanthropy had been internalized, and I bought all of it. I didn't really even question it because I didn't think it was questionable. I just operated with the presumption that the media was objective. And yeah, they fight over opinions, but I had no clue that they were proactively creating events, simulating events. And not only that, but the simulated events never got scrutinized by the media itself, not from either side. It all gets a pass. I had no idea. So I was 100% part of it. I listened to Alex Jones and any other related podcasts I could. And, you know, I thought, okay, Rothschilds, reptilians, Templars, like I was immersed in all the various rabbit trails for sure. They're all very entertaining, conspirataining. But now I see very clearly that these are all, and I'm talking about red pills, conspiracy theories. These are all part of one big conspiracy, a meta conspiracy. And what that is to put a leash on the free thinkers. So if you're caught up in any of these, you're on their leash. And that leash will keep you in their duopoly of alt and mainstream. You'll never get out. You'll never think outside of their parameters. And looking even closer at it, you can, you know, scratch a red pill. It's ultimately beneath it is the J pill. It's actually a subset. So Alex Jones and similar podcasts could not reach as wide an audience as they have if they didn't use euphemisms. If they didn't use words like globalist or George Soros, they wouldn't go as far, because what they really mean is, you know, basically Israel. And then it gets into ethnic stuff and white nationalism. So they have to hide all that stuff. But it's always been, red pill has always been woke right. And woke right is on the other side of the political horseshoe as woke left. So if you're in a lot of these conspiracy anti-positions, you're basically a woke. You're a wokester. Red pill woke is a thing. They call themselves awake. Like, Alex Jones woke me up. Oh, you drank some of the Kool-Aid there at Alex Jonestown? And you're saying that you're awake now? No, it means you're paranoid. You've been rendered paranoid about AI, 5G towers, clouds, and then you listen to people like Tucker Carlson and his demon stories, and you think it's real. Let's see, going through your comments. So anyway, to get back to deep program truth, there is no shame in admitting that you were wrong. That's part of the process. Like, prove me wrong on anything. I'd be happy to confront it. Like, prove me wrong, and I will try to understand how I got it wrong. That's what we've been doing this whole time. How did we get it wrong about worldview and media? How did we get it wrong about predictive programming for so long? It's funny to me that people still try to deny it exists. They used to explain it away with, it's a simulation, but now they're like, it doesn't even exist. Okay, well, the facts don't care about your feelings on this, and you may not like it. Maybe it makes you uneasy, but it's quite revealing about what we're confronting. Because if you accept that they simulate events, even one, you've already accepted my premise that pre-planned events are performed on the news and become real. So if you accept that, because every one of these events must necessarily have been planned in advance. We're not talking about time frame, but just planned in advance. And then the utility of it. Does it not influence the future? Is not used as a influence operation, and it becomes part of our historic record, which is true for every one of these fake events. So fake events planned in advance are proactively manipulating news cycles and therefore our history. So then the next thing, when you get into the immersive nature of it, what they're doing is they're selling you on events. They're creating, you're creating this event like in your own internal structure about, you know, the world stage. Your view of the world that you've internalized is now being augmented by these various things, and they use every possible propaganda vector to sell it to you in advance. Events, people, these things are saturating the media ecosystem, and this creates like an echo chamber, and this is what we've been observing. But if you examine the stuff that's preparing you for these events that are inevitable because they're scheduled in advance, when you analyze the related content, what I call psyop reinforcement, you could easily reach a conclusion here that these things are 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years in the making or in the planning. And that is a big paradigm shift, because we're not talking about something planned a year ago to influence the news cycle for, you know, we're talking about things planned 10, 20, 30 years ago, big events. And what does it say about everything else? What does it say about elections? Like, this raises some serious questions, which makes me lean more toward, we're living through bread and circuses, a steam valve for the masses who are brainwashed, and it keeps them from recognizing the nature of this thing, and it gives them an illusion of control. And the illusion of control is the only thing that prevents them from rebelling. Let me go through your comments. Leo Squibb says, if it's not Robbie, they're pumping them out of the same factory. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen like actors who kind of look Tom Cruise-ish. So I think that Robbie might be one of the greats. And so now they're just emulating. Dark Ghost Wind says, they tweet to politicians and think they're actually going to read what they say. Lord Laney says, if you can't grasp the auto-hoaxing concept, if you're not willing to admit you've been duped, then move on from there. Yeah, and it's not just about admitting that you've been duped in the past. You must also accept that you are dupable right now. If you go to a magic show, it's dark. The sun sets way too early these days. If you go to a magic show and you don't get out of your seat, everything that they perform on the stage is going to fool you. The optical illusions are things you can't really opt out of. It's just designed to screw with you. And I think that what we're talking about is something very similar here. That to accept their point of view is to be duped. Everybody can fall for it. It's not an intelligence test. It's a situational awareness thing. We can all be fooled. But if your point of view is inclusive of the things we talk about, media fakery, psyops, and then if you've studied the template involved and you recognize hoax indicators, what would make you think it's staged? You look at the utility of it. you arrive at a very different conclusion. We're not approaching every event like, oh, is it real this time? It's more like, let's withhold judgment, because you don't know enough with the headline alone to know it's real. You don't know enough with the headline alone to know it's fake. Dark Ghost Wind says, predictive programming and psyops are about creating context. The woke right doesn't get this, and they call them distractions. Yeah, you'll notice there's a trend where conspiracy theorists will say, it's fake, move along, or it's a distraction, or it's there to distract you from the big end of the time scenario that's coming in. And I'm saying, no, these aren't distractions. These are the things we should be paying attention to. That doesn't look like anything to me. Westworld syndrome. Anytime somebody tells me, don't pay attention to this, it's a distraction, my instinct is to look at it closer. Like distracting me from what? What am I missing? Plain Dakota says, what's the latest psychological operation? I'm out of the loop. It's been a little slow. That's why time is going slow. I was saying earlier that when we have back-to-back psyops, time flies. And when we don't, it drags. Not in a bad way, but I mean, I feel like I've been out here for months, and it's only been 3 weeks since I've been unleashed. But Dark Ghost Wind raises a great point, because people ask, well, what's the point of predictive programming? Well, we can only guess. I mean, we can make our best guesses based on what appears to be the utility of it. And I think it's context, suggestibility, misinformation effect, it's conditioning, product placement for future events and people, advertising. If you look at propaganda and marketing as basically the same thing, you're looking at marketing strategies to deliver propaganda to sell you on the worldview. And your worldview is presented to you through mass media and their simulated events. But these simulated events are always assumed to be logical, reasonable, inevitable. Well, they make it seem that way. Andrea says, in 1983, David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear in front of a live TV audience. No one knew how he did it. 33 years later, the secret was revealed online in 2016. Lasers Go Pew Pew said, I fell for Charlie Kirk for like 8 to 12 hours. When Cash said 33 hours, I knew it was a play. See, I'm with you on that. I said, if it's real, we're going to see some indicators, but it looks real. And this is when I raised the point about the blindfolded skeptic, that we can no longer, in 2025, rely upon the visual deconstruction alone to determine if something is staged or fake. We have to look at the entire context, which is far more revealing. I could explain to you why the Charlie Kirk thing is fake if we were in a dark room with no recourse to TV screens. I could just explain to you a dozen hoax indicators and all the other surrounding circumstances. Whereas the person who relies on the screen is just going to say, it looks fake to me. Well, what are you looking at, though? Because a lot of people made their judgments based on initial released cell phone footage, and it was all grainy. And the grainy footage made it look like it was all CGI fake blood. So I'm like, look, it looks like CGI. What the hell? They're lazy. Didn't shock me. I didn't quite rule it out. But then later, you got 60 frames per second. You got high def, and you're like, wait, that's a liquid. That's a squib. So now some people are like, well, I think it was a hybrid. I think it was a squib, and then they threw some CGI on top of it. Others said there's no blood. But then you see blood on the arms of the guys who carried him. So there's got to be some theatrical blood in there, but is it both? And I can understand why somebody would arrive at that. And for some, it's still an open question. But I would say, well, cite the exact videos, because we have to consider, too, that they deliberately release crap footage. So we run to bad explanations. And then they can say, hey, look, you can't trust alternative media or independent observers because they always get it wrong, which they do, because they always take the bait. So as to falling for it for 8 hours, the only thing you can do is commit not to judge it as real or fake, and just set a certain amount of time. 33 hours is good. When I heard 33 hours, I thought, okay, now I'm going to look closer. I'm starting to detect scriptiness about it. The ridiculous Valhalla thing. And I was immersed in Hulu and I was watching that new show. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm watching Erica Kirk, like the South Korean version of her on a TV show, faking tears to win over the constituents of her husband's youth Republican Christian organization, and then being accused of faking her grief. Like I was watching the whole story. Lily Bell says, our flags are at half mast. Is this for Cheney? Well, it's been a while though. Cheney went on the 3rd and it's already the 15th. How long would they keep it half mast? Girl says, governments are innocent pawns of mysterious forces. Well, if you're anti-government, which I gather here, you're misdirected. You're basically going after red herrings. Like, yeah, get mad at the deep state. Meanwhile, don't pay attention to the fact that there's an even bigger government than that. You're just not looking big enough. You get lost in the forest of fakery, where your assumption is it's real until proven fake. And the only fake trees you notice are the ones they point out to you. But you've really got to clear cut the thing. You got to take and really consider what are the implications of all these various competing countries faking space together. You really think that these things are separate? And then what are you actually fighting against? What are you actually mad at? You know, you're yelling at shadows on the wall. Or if you're an alternative media person, you go into the cave next door and you yell at those shadows. I would say your outrage is 100% misdirected. Like if you really want to have a tangible focus, I would say focus on the role of media, religion, and government as a unified whole and how centralized it is. That's what we're doing. If you're in the political horseshoe, you're in their Truman Show. And this isn't dismissive. I'm not minimizing it. I'm saying that that's the mind control. It's a cult. So I'm not in the cult. So that's why I'm not outraged. I'm not woke. Lasers go pew pew, 100% they're faking space. Yeah, the special effects are getting worse, which is weird. And the Chinese space station has been hit by space junk, and so the capsule got hit, so they can't leave. They're stranded. I don't know if they have a GoFundMe, but they're stuck. I don't know who's going to save them. People believe this stuff. It's Nasatology. Nasatology is the main religion. And by default, you're a Nasatologist because that's what they educate you with. You're taught this stuff as though it's objectively true and real. Space is really a new iteration of the archaic concept of heaven. So we were talking about, someone mentioned Ben Shapiro. Okay, I know people who are cheering when Dick Cheney died. I know people who want more political violence. I mean, it's just been normalized. And then you saw all these people on Halloween dressed up like Charlie Kirk, basically squibs, I mean, with fake blood all over themselves. Like, what does that tell you about the seriousness of this entire thing? I mean, we know it's fake, but the people who don't know it's fake, it's revealing. It holds up a mirror to society, really. Like the Charlie Kirk thing tells you a lot about somebody based on their reaction. So if you meet somebody new and you want to know about them, go and see how they tweeted. What did they respond, or ask them about these things? Because if somebody's willing to say, well, this person disagrees with me, so they should be shot in the neck, you should really reconsider that relationship, unless you're someone who also agrees with that. But no, I'm certainly not triggered, nor am I triggerable, because it's MK Ultra. Okay, we talked about the purposes of the predictive content. It reminds me of the idea of MK Ultra, the concept of embedding programming into someone, and then later something triggers it, triggers a response. And I think a lot of people do, without even realizing it, they do bring a lot of associations to every new thing they experience. And I think that's one of the points here. So the way that people respond to Trump, if they're on the left, was programmed into them. Their hatred for certain characters was likely programmed into them as well. We were doing these mind maps of these world stage characters. And one of the things I was thinking of with regard to Trump is how many times have we been prepared for Trump and how was he portrayed? So 1958 tracked down, Trump was a con man. They had to arrest him. He sold everybody on a wall to protect them from a cosmic threat, which is like Build the Wall and Space Force all in one. But a con man. Biff Tannen, he was a bully. He was also King Koopa. Dennis Hopper played that. Charlie Coker in Man in Fool, he was a corrupt real estate magnate. Caesar Catalina, I guess possibly a fascist. But my point is, they sell you on these characters in advance so that when you create these associations, you find them more believable and you respond accordingly. Oh yeah, Senator McLaughlin, racist, xenophobic senator, infused with Trump. And so this has been a pattern. There's a consistency to the way that they're represented. HLG says, do you mind sharing the URLs for the mind maps? Yeah, I'll put it out on a newsletter. Girl says, dark, mysterious forces are responsible for inflation, doubling insurance costs, bankruptcy. It's all fake anyway. Look, if you want to grievance monger, by all means, go ahead. But I think what we're talking about is far more important than that. Like, is anybody here worried at the moment about national bankruptcy? Like, what we're doing here is exposing something I think is more, that has more significance than these other things that I would say are just distractions. Those are the distractions. Yeah, get distracted by these other issues that will never go away, that are just being exaggerated by the media or focused on for political purposes. But there are certain things about the world we can't change right now. What we are doing here is groundbreaking. This is a think tank that has a very specific focus. We bring in specific people who've reached a certain level of deep programming when it comes to propaganda. Why would we squander this bitching about inflation? There are plenty of people to go do that with. There are plenty of people who want nothing more than to gripe. You can go to Fox News and get these really common, mundane gripes addressed. But we cannot afford to squander the resources of the IPS think tank on these unsolvable things that don't really matter right now. This is big picture. And that's not going to change. Like, there's no way you're going to redirect our focus into any of these meaningless things. And besides that, like, Seattle could get nuked tomorrow and my heart rate's not going up. Like, I am not going into a panic. We are the calm people in the room and everybody else is losing their heads. It's the info war. It's the Orwellian thing, you know, war is peace. They maintain peace and equilibrium through this constant tug of war, through the dialectics, the nonstop political warfare, cultural war. It's never ending. The psychological warfare barrage has been successful. That's why everybody is uniform. That's why everyone is locked into it. They already won. We've already been conquered. Like, what are you actually resisting against anyway? Our approach is more philosophical. We have to understand it before we react against it. And I guess I'd be more worried about inflation if I wasn't like in between residences. I guess my priorities are a little off, but off of that. But, you know, whatever. I'm not trying to diminish these things. I'm sure they're important, but I just don't think they deserve or merit our attention here. Yeah, Jameer, I saw that about Bubba and Trump and Putin had a video of it. That's disgusting. I don't believe any of the Epstein stuff, but the whole Epstein thing has now become a weapon in the hands of the left. So it's all these leaked docs. And apparently Epstein's brother insinuated that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton were very close and that Putin has evidence. I mean, this is Not as bad as the Q stuff. The Q stuff was a little more like horror and sci-fi, but this is what I mean. It's a slow psyop week. This is the stuff that people are talking about. But then you look at pictures of them together. I mean, a lot of them are probably AI. Now that I think about it, I should double check, because I saw a few pictures of Trump patting Bill Clinton like on the crotch. I'm like, okay, that's got to be fake. Leo says they let the fanfic writers in the door. Yeah, you know what? That's actually a genre. If you didn't know, because I'm in publishing on Kindle. If you just want to make money, the most money is in the genre of billionaire erotica. Like apparently, the readers of Kindle, I think predominantly women, want nothing more than endless books about billionaires and their sex lives. Like billionaires, like 50 Shades of Grey, but they throw in billionaire everything. Billionaire shapeshifters, billionaire vampires, billionaire whatever. You don't hear about it, but if you are in the industry, you kind of do. It's kind of funny. A lot of it's probably AI slop. AI slop is getting better, unfortunately, and it's taking over. Country music has been eclipsed. Country musicians have been taken over, replaced. We don't need any more country music. The number one song in country right now is AI, and it's going to happen everywhere. Jermaine says, do you know who created the law called the Takedown Act? I believe this is a precursor to censorship. I'm not worried about censorship either, because you'll notice the only stuff they censor are the things they let into their system in the first place. They censor all the alternative media, and that's because it's part of the script. That's because it's part of this controlled dialectic. But what's more relevant here is the unacknowledged. So we are not censored. Our perspective is not censored. It's not even acknowledged. And the censorship also involves acknowledgement, which means it's kind of like promotion. So for example, would you argue that Alex Jones is the most censored person in the world? A lot of people would. And yet he's extremely popular on all the big shows. You never hear the end of him. He's the face of January 6th. He's been the face of pretty much every psyop. Like he's a mainstay of mainstream media because they're always bouncing off of his wing of things. So he's the biggest name in alt media, but they say he's censored because no, it's all performative. He's acknowledged heavily. Nick Fuentes, banned from every platform. Is he censored? Well, no. He's been featured on like Iranian media. He's been in the New York Times. Like these people are not censored. They're just branded that way from the mainstream perspective. But alt media is just as much a player as mainstream media. It's not like it's marginal. Candace Owens, censored by Daily Wire. No, she's the #1 podcast in the world, and she's pushing conspiracy claptrap to alt dupes. Now, we aren't censored. We're just not acknowledged. And that's the big difference. And they wouldn't acknowledge it because they don't platform it, because within the system, they do not platform those perspectives that invalidate it. Right now, it's just ignoring. I don't know if they can ever confront it. The best they can do is attempt to create a caricature and disparage it in advance. So they've already tried this. They've been working on it, trying to demonize people that call things fake, which is why I try to disassociate from this idea that we're reflexively calling things fake, like the birds are fake people, because we're not just calling things fake. We're acknowledging the strategic use of fakery. And I say strategic, not everything. First straw man that we have to contend with. There's a nuanced take. It involves skepticism, which is a methodology that implies a suspension of judgment until you get more facts. So when we do not believe something, we do so as a result of additional information. We are informed disbelievers. So if you weigh informed disbelief and low information belief, we have a bit more weight here. And you'll notice it's the low information believers that are overreacting, that are triggered, that are being played, that are still puppets. Leo the Squib says, modern music is like cave wall drawings. Who cares if AI can remake it? Right. I really can't disagree when it comes to a lot of music. What difference does it make if it's a creation by a bunch of marketing executives who've determined through poll testing how to sell to this target demo in this age group, and then AI? It's just more efficient. Adam Cook says, perhaps the world controllers are pushing mundane, trite stuff on us in order that mankind reacts and induces a renaissance. Or they're diluting it all. They're just diluting it. They're blurring the distinctions between real and fake. And okay, so here's something too. Maybe they're destroying culture, because as we move forward, we can no longer tell if it's real or fake because it's on the screen, which puts us at the mercy of whoever is programming the content. And I think this is a major power disparity. We're basically hoodwinked. We're blindfolded now. We've been put into a new dark age. And this is just within the last few years. You know, we used to be able to look at the news and point out obvious stuff, like, oh, it's augmented reality. Oh, that's a laughing crisis actor with a lanyard getting his paycheck while he's giving his testimony. You used to have glitches in the system. There's not going to be any glitches anymore. So that's why I said the blindfolded skeptic. You should be able to determine if something is staged based on the wider context. Girl says, blackmail, extortion, bribery, money laundering, espionage, honeypots, racketeering, these do not exist, only fakery. See, you're using sarcasm, but what are you doing about espionage, honeypots? And do you know of any that are real? I mean, are you saying that Trump and Bubba were really doing that Lewinsky thing and Putin was watching? I mean, do you believe any of the stuff? Like, if you have examples of blackmail and extortion, call the FBI, call law enforcement. I don't think you're doing anything about it. And all of these are conspiracies that are supposed to lead you to the conclusion that Israel controls America and the world. Well, that's woke right. That's just as credible as saying that the man controls the world, that racism controls the world. That's woke left. Woke left, woke right are identical, and they're both flawed. They're both grievance politics based on this model of oppressed and oppressor, and the person who's talking about it is the oppressed, speaking on behalf of the oppressed. I don't think I'm oppressed by some foreign intel agency because they blackmailed our politicians. Like, I don't believe this. That woke right ideology is not really something that I'm concerned about. It falls flat when you recognize that everything they're mad about is fake. Like, oh, this group did that, I'm so mad. Well, what if that thing didn't really happen? What are you mad about? Like, this group did 9/11, I'm so mad. Well, if 9/11 isn't real, then why are you mad at Muslims? If 9/11 isn't real, why are you mad at Jews? Why are you mad at the reptilians? Or whoever you're blaming for it, why are you mad if nobody died? And when we say that, they get mad at those of us saying nobody died. Yeah, Girl, I just think what we should point out here is that your perspective is within the mainstream box. And it's not a hard determination to make. If you ask a normie, what happened on this day? What happened at this event? Their response is going to be the exact same one you get from ChatGPT because they have the same knowledge base. They have the same frame of reference. If you're alt media, same thing. It's about frame of reference. And your frame of reference includes the assumed reality of every premise established by alt media. The scapegoat narrative, Israel, American politicians being compromised. And to me, that's all bread and circuses. It's narrative. And I think you're underemphasizing the fakery. I think you're distracted by the shadows on the wall. You're Plato's cave dwellers. Plato Plato's cave dweller at this point, until you recognize that it is in fact staged. Our history is prefabricated, and this should be our only focus. Like, if you're really interested in truth, then you have to get outside of their closed informational system, which is two versions of the world you can choose from, fundamentally. It's this bifurcated psyop. Who are you going to be mad at? You're going to be mad at this group or that group, this ethnic group or that ethnic group. And these are your only alternatives. Lily Bell says, I love that logic. Why are you mad that nobody died? Yeah, I asked that. It's like they get mad at us for saying no one died. And it's because it undermines their worldview. Yeah, Psy Girls, MSM Plus, that's fine. You are a true believer. But that's no different than being mainstream. Mainstream and alternative. See, here's the thing. The mainstream and the alternative are two sides of the same coin, and it's not an oversimplification, because you're both reacting to the same fake news as though it's real. Just different sides of the fence. You both agree that the world's being destroyed by man. Only on one side, you blame government and secret weather weapons, and the other side blames climate change and the private sector. But you're both mad about the thing that doesn't exist. And if you don't like being gaslighted, then stop taking mainstream media seriously, because they're telling you to trust what they say and take it as perception. Believe us, even though it may not comport with your experiences. And I also want to point out that this is the only think tank on the internet. So you got this big, fat, wide world. We're the only ones with this perspective. So we're too marginal for you to be mad at, or to even try to change. Why would you try to change us and blend us in within the mainstream and alternative duopoly? Like, we don't belong there. This is a third category, and it's not going to go away, and we're not going to become inclusive of the limited blinkered perspectives of mainstream and its various subsets. There's no reason to. If you don't take into account the long-term effect of fake news, you haven't been paying attention. You pick up a history book and look at what happened in the last 40 years, every single thing reported that the students have to learn and get tested on, everything will be the mainstream version, the Wikipedia version. No matter what you've perceived, no matter what you've found out, no matter what you've learned or observed, it doesn't matter. That's a worldview monopoly. But the point we're getting at is that this is planned so far in advance, it really nullifies any sort of concern about current events. Not in any visceral way, like it actually affects us or matters. It really is theater. It's the theater of Psywar. It's a paradigm shock. And it's also optional. And it's not a bum. No, Psy Girl, I agree with you here. People have a hard time confronting these things. But I'm saying is that it's been grossly misrepresented. You know, we've been put into a duopoly. There's been no alternatives, and this is the only alternative, I think, right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are there any substantive media outlets out there which have a perspective that includes media fakery in its analysis? Psy Girl says, they said I was a downer. A downer? I don't think this is, a lot of people don't like bad news. Actually, you should point this out too. The blue pill people are no better than alternative, because they still believe the same stuff, but they've somehow become apathetic to it. And this is why you have at the fringes the wokes. The woke people are those who see the normies as uncaring, apathetic. So the intentions are right. When confronting normies about their apathy, like, yeah, that's actually correct. Because fake or not, the stuff is revealing about people's character. And you could characterize the masses as being somehow rendered unconcerned, somehow able to live with these things, which they accept. But it's the red pill where the dream, the blissful dream world, becomes a nightmare. And I'm saying that this nightmare scenario has been planted there as a honeypot, as a cul-de-sac, as a way of blocking people from exiting the world stage itself. And so what we have done is we have stepped beyond the alt media paradigm. And looking back, we realized, wait a minute, they've been backstabbing us the whole time. They have been, every single alt media influencer out there you could name has betrayed you. If you want to just be honest about what their whole point is. Their whole purpose is to get the free thinkers, to get the ones who see through the basic level of propaganda, to give them an alternative version, to nullify them, to conquer them. Because that's what the psychological warfare does. It pacifies you. And what happens is the mainstream are pacified with very mundane stuff. Alternative people are pacified with steam bells. They're mad and they're given fake issues to rage about. And it's like, okay, well, I'm fighting this. And I'm saying, if you're fighting it, you've been conscripted. It's a devious system. It really is. It's diabolical. And I don't fault anybody for falling for it. And I'd also say that the only people who are reachable, who could even understand the off-world stage perspective, are the people who've gone through Trutherville. You're not going to find people in Woketown. Woketown people are married to big government. They're unreachable. Normies, no, they're too comfortable. But Trutherville, outside of Q Street, Trutherville are reachable. And that's what we're aiming at. We're aiming at that particular demographic. Like if you have the situational awareness to see that Charlie Kirk was wearing a squib, then you've gone outside of Candace Owens' terrain. You've gone beyond. You didn't go back to Normieville, but you left Trutherville for that particular moment. If you think that Trump's AR-15 ear piercing was fake, you stepped outside of Trutherville. Anytime you look at something as possibly completely fake, you're outside of that boundary. And what I'm aiming at here is finding all of those who have stepped outside of that boundary on one or two psyops, that's all it takes, and then get them to put the bigger picture together. That no, this is actually widespread, and you've most likely passively accepted a lot of fakery as fundamentally real. Because alt and mainstream both require passivity, as opposed to the active media consumption that we engage in with regard to the skeptical approach. Again, skeptical is active, credulous is passive. Cygirl says, we had to ban drugs completely after the first few times people got. Oh yeah, that's another thing too we don't talk about here often, but the drugs. What kind of drugs are they putting out there? And how susceptible do these drugs make us to the media illusion? The mass agreed upon collective delusions that we all experience. What makes these things so believable? Well, the state of the media consumer matters, the mental state, in addition to their indoctrination, how they've been conditioned. But I think that we also got to conclude here that drugs are probably a huge part of it. Riley says normies are in a cult, mainstream is a cult. Yeah, well, it's a global church. Media has supplanted religion. It is the new God. TV is like basically God. I mean, it's that bad. It's a monotheism. This worldview monopoly, this proactive hijacking of history, and this synchronization of all mankind beneath a singular worldview responsive to the same news cycles has essentially put us into a religious paradigm. And by religious, I mean, you're not arriving at your beliefs because of reality testing and fact checking. You're arriving at it because it's been communicated to you by the authorities. So it's really top down, and they've infused it with mythology. Psyops give you myths, contemporary myths, martyrs. Sawgirl says, religion, it's huge. I spent time in discussion with Jehovah's Witnesses yesterday and today. Yeah, so when we talk about the psyop entertainment complex, it encompasses government, media, entertainment, and religion. Religion is a huge part of it. Jamarin says, Tim, can I suggest an outside of the outside box that the viewpoint is spending time analyzing media fakery is falling for their game? No, because I've had people say this, hey, let me be the devil's advocate. Maybe the media is right about everything. It's like, no, actually, we're the devil's advocate. Like, I'm the devil, and you're advocating for mainstream media. We're the ones outside of the box. So to say that we might be overdoing this is actually trying to speak from the perspective within the box. So what is your perspective in stating that? Your perspective, if it's defaulting to the mainstream possibly being correct, then I would say it's media advocacy. But now, are we falling for a game? No. I mean, the fact that we're the only think tank out there doing this says that this isn't some strategy. If they had a strategy to get a whole lot of people focused on deconstructing fake news, it would be a big deal. There would be platforms for it, but there aren't any. Again, I would look at, tell me where on the internet, where in media, you can find a platform with several hundred, maybe 1,000 people or a couple thousand people doing nothing but media deconstruction with the presupposition that alt and mainstream are a duopoly and both controlled. There isn't one. And the fact that we're the only ones doing it says that this isn't some strategy. We are, in fact, an anomaly. And what we're doing here is we are examining the architecture of media itself, not falling under the misapprehension that it's compartmentalized. Because it may be locally, but they all adhere to the same metascript. And we are examining this metascript. And our model here has predictability, because what we're doing here is we're operating on the premise that media can and will fake things at will. And the fake things will have certain hallmarks and indicators, and these things are repetitive. They happen every time. There's a reason why we're able to say, if this is fake, there will be concerted messaging in the media ecosystem that day coordinated with it. There will be drills. There will be immediately implementable political agendas. And every time it bears out. And this is not how regular events unfold. We have a dozen plus hoax indicators, but the fact that we can predict these things. Before I knew what to think about the squibbing of Charlie Kirk, I said, if this is fake, there's going to be some kind of media parallel. And what did we see? And it wasn't just the shot in the neck, which, again, aligns with it in many ways, but it was the entire character, Erica Kirk, going from grieving widow to taking over the organization to fake crying on TV and being called out as a possible accomplice in the assassination. All of that was foreshadowed when I talked about Hulu that day, or the day I found out about it. Yeah, Psy Girl. Charlie Kirk is their saint and founder and martyr. 100%. They created this martyr. So you ask, what was the point of this thing with Kirk? Well, I think there's a couple points to it. The storyline, from a metascript perspective, was killing Americana. America Comeback Tour, his act. MAGA, Make America Great Again, referencing the past. Turning Point USA, turning back. So you have that. You have the aspect of the progressive utopianism and the future, and then you have traditional nostalgia Americana past. And so what you saw was Americana getting shot in Kirk. So that's part of the story. In fact, there's a show called Americana where some guy gets shot in the neck in the same spot. Just came out. But then you also have the Turner Diaries. The Turner Diaries, right-wing Bible, when it comes to Christian nationalism. At least that's how the FBI frames it. Like, this is what started this domestic violent extremism, Timothy McVeigh. It all comes out of this. Turner Diaries, the story about the white nationalist revolution. Well, the revolution in the Turner Diaries kicks off when their leader is martyred. When Turning Point USA was reaching prominence, and I started, around 2020, I started following who was there. And I was like, wow, they are platforming the Turner Diaries. They're platforming that entire concept, this resistance against a global world order from a white nationalist perspective. And so I was already saying that Turning Point USA's name references Turner Diaries, which has great significance. I mean, consider Waco and McVeigh taking revenge for Waco by hitting Oklahoma City, Trump kicking off his campaign in Waco, the day after Netflix releases Waco, American Apocalypse. So we look at this story building built into this and this Waco narrative. Well, in the book, Turner Diaries, the leader gets martyred and they call it the turning point. And that's when the revolution kicks off. So I'm saying that the martyrdom of Kirk was called a turning point by multiple people around him during the memorial. So what we're looking at here are scripts, stories, and the stories that build into our contrived fake history. When Jack Posobiec said, 100 years from now, historians are going to look at this and they're going to say, the sacrifice, that's his word, the sacrifice of Charlie Kirk will mark the turning point at which we started to save Western civilization. Like, wow, sacrifice, turning point. All right, let's continue going through your comments. Sly Girl says, Islam is thriving in Manhattan, Dearborn, and Minneapolis. Well, Dearborn, Michigan is where you had Muhammad Ali, the ISIS terrorist. That was in Dearborn, Michigan. And Muhammad Ali, of course, is the name of the airport where that plane just crashed. We had made that connection. But yeah, they brought back a lot of 9/11 stuff recently. Lily Bell says, when I talk about current events and normies, I acknowledge the news, but I say it's so weird. And I share a point about Kirk and Floyd with the same birthday. Such a coincidence. Well, I had people say to me that I was making too much of it when it comes to Charlie Kirk and George Floyd having the same birthday. And what I was saying was that this represents the mirroring of these martyrs left and right. And, you know, people's like, well, how can George Floyd be a martyr? Well, to the woke left, he represents a victim of the oppressor they agree exists, being systemic racism. Charlie Kirk, to the woke right, is a martyr, and he was killed by the oppressor that oppresses their side, which is Israel. That's why Candace Owens is the #1 podcaster in the world right now, because they want to get this narrative out that he was killed by this particular group. And that's just one example of how these two are, you know, these are polarities. The left and the right have, and in fact, the night before he was shot, Kirk was talking about how this Irna Zaruski subway victim, the one who was stabbed, how this is the George Floyd moment. This was their George Floyd. Steven Crowder said, he said, white America, this is your George Floyd. And then he saw people like Musk putting millions of dollars into murals to plaster her everywhere. They wanted their George Floyd. So when Kirk died, I said, this is their George Floyd. And I noticed that birth date, and I thought, this just reaffirms this. But anyway, I said this on like November the 12th or 13th. Well, about a month later, The Atlantic did a story where they said that Charlie Kirk was their George Floyd. If you look at how the death was politicized and used, and it absolutely suggests, too, that we're looking at a contrivance. He's been compared to JFK, shot from the front or the back, you know, same kind of conversations. The JFK stuff is pretty big with Charlie Kirk. The day of, it was heavily being pushed, but they made these connections. I've seen some Martin Luther King connections. They really try to characterize him in a certain way. In fact, somebody said that the only other person who stopped 30-06 with a neck was Martin Luther King. Girl says celebrity personality cults. Yeah, that's another aspect of it as well. So the celebrities are part of, and I call them celebrity-driven psyops. They're part of this to some extent, or they can be. They're propaganda conduits, any influencers. So, for example, the day of the Charlie Kirk thing, Charlie Sheen comes out with his comeback. So you have America Comeback Tour, Charlie Kirk. Then you have Charlie Sheen, his comeback tour, 9/10, same date. Sheen is on Joe Rogan talking about the JFK assassination, talking about getting sniped from the balcony by something that a projectile. And Joe Rogan like, what a great shot. So they're talking about JFK, and then they say, oh, by the way, something happened to Charlie Kirk. So what do you make of that? Well, you just look at the common denominators. When it comes to concurrent and predictive programming, the common denominators. So everything leading to Charlie Kirk, every instance that we point to, it had the name Tyler as the executioner, the name Charlie Kirk, the date September 10th, had the cut to the neck, and had a storm reference. So that's something that was kind of ubiquitous with all these things. But the other common denominators, the name Charlie, the date 9/10, comeback. I remember it was kind of surreal. The next morning, I was at a grocery store and I see Charlie Sheen's face looking at me from a People magazine, and it's like, Charlie says, "It's a miracle I'm alive." And this is part of what I'm saying, that it looks like coincidences if you view things as compartmentalized. But if you look at all these things as propaganda vectors, projecting a concerted message, you can see, okay, there's a deliberateness here, because they're force memeing into the media ecosystem certain basic ideas that become unavoidable. That's why I don't think it's a stretch to acknowledge the things that Synchromorpheus started pointing out regarding the headlines and the actions of the baseball player Alejandro Kirk, and how he's a pain in the neck. And the picture of him in that article has like Gatorade being dumped on him, and it looks like it's coming out of his neck. He was the one whose bat broke the neck at home plate. I mean, there's so many fascinating connections, but it just seemed weird that for like a month, like Kirk was hit, had to be taken off the field. And Kirk was sitting in a home plate shaped little area when he was shot. But there were so many overlaps with this baseball player with the name Kirk that the headlines almost seemed like ambiguous, as though they were referring to both individuals. Well, we've seen this before. Lily Bell says, I've not kept up with the Epstein emails, kind of sick of hearing about it. Glad to hear Ghislaine has a puppy in her minimum security prison. Yeah, the entire thing was always a construct. The whole point of the Epstein thing was to give the woke right a basis for existing that isn't like overtly based on blood libel. So it allows them to say, yeah, we're right about our basic story here, and our evidence is this guy blackmailed our politicians and they control everything. They all say this. Candace Owens says it. She says Trump is compromised by Israel. You've got the entire J pill. That's all they talk about. Nick Fuentes says this. Nick Fuentes has also doubled down and tripled down on his opinion about the age of consent being a problem, because they think that women should be prevented from voting, prevented from getting educated. They should be home having babies. That's pretty much their point of view. That's, again, woke right, far right. And it's really bizarre because it's like, how does Candace Owens support this? Saigo says, I don't know. I'd hate to imagine what Ghislaine was doing to that puppy. I really don't know what to make of these things. Like, how much of it is just soap opera? How much of it is real? I think Dollar Vigilante went out to Epstein Island, and that whole temple was just a simple painted building. It wasn't some elaborate temple. Everything looked cheap, like a movie set. But they want to create the perception of compromise. So when Trump's promising the Epstein files and then he says it was a hoax, remember Trump actually just said, he said it was all hoax. He said it's fake. Well, that's meant to hit the conspiracy theorists in a certain way. It's meant for them to say, what they hear is, oh, Trump's compromised. The lack of evidence makes them convinced that they're even more correct. It's paradoxical. It's like when a prophecy doesn't come true, the ones expecting it are now even more convinced that their prophecy is going to come true. And when the Epstein files are not released, it's evidence of a cover-up. And the evidence of a cover-up affirms their appeal to motive, which means, oh, we now know, because we can't get these files, that definitely Trump is being controlled. Not a new story. Infinite Plane Radio.
Got through. Just called to say that it's not being unduly political to call out people who we think are who we think really are government agents, and we're not just calling them that if we bring evidence to the table. Like when I look at the behavior of Alex Jones, or especially Fuentes, Nick Fuentes on January 6th, out there with doing the same thing that Ray Epps was doing. So to me, that makes them agents provocateurs. So I'd like to, and there must be more to that. And I don't think it's to call somebody out. If you bring evidence to the table and say, look at this person's behavior, and look at the objective result, and they say, I think this person's acting on behalf of the feds, that's not, is that being unfair?
No, I think it's probably accurate, because I have no reason to think that Fuentes would be appraised of how fake anything is, or any psyops at all. He's probably just a federal informant.
Yeah, and in one way or another, they seek to compromise everybody. That's how these agencies. That's what mobbed up means. Mobbed up means everything is so racketeered that if you get far enough in an organization or an institution, it's because you're compromised. And it's to a greater or lesser degree. If you think about it, bribery is a form of blackmail, because once you bribe someone, well, if you get busted, your only negotiating leverage is going to be that you could finger the person you were bribing. So in a sense, it puts you in a position to blackmail them. If the bribery doesn't work, you can say, I'll rat you out if you don't, and that's extortion, and you get racketeering. But I guess. You think that these RICO laws are basically fake? Isn't that? Would it be fair?
It would be nice. Like, okay, we can list people who we know to be connected to these simulated events. And if you look at these simulated events as some kind of malfeasance, it should create outrage. We can identify the various artists, writers, majorly influential directors who've contributed to the PSYOP content. And I think it's fair game to list those who we believe to be active parts of this reality hijacking apparatus, the PSYOP entertainment complex. Yeah, I'm all for naming and shaming. I think we can do so with specificity.
Well, I want to go beyond the Hollywood types that make it all happen. I want to name people like Malloy, the governor of Connecticut, in the case of Sandy Hook, or Eric Holder, who was, I guess, Attorney General at the time, who I think had to be involved with Sandy Hook because President Obama went down there and bobbled one of the Parker kids on it. You can go out there and look at all the materials out there.
I hear what you're saying. I got what you're saying. Because it
was coordinated with the White House. It was from the top down. And the fact that the MAGA people don't call it out as such, that shows they're cowards, liars, and traitors.
Well, you raise a good point here, because we can identify directors, writers, but then we can also include for example, the police chief in Vegas, who is also in Maui. So we start connecting.
Or Mandalay Bay, right?
Yes.
Mandalay Bay, and yeah, okay. So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that this wouldn't be of significance and worth talking about unless you have like people in authority. It's not just a cheap tabloid at the supermarket checkout counter, and it's not just a channel on TV. It's people coming out and saying, we're going to milk you now. We're going to make you pay additional taxes, and be subject to all kinds of surveillance. That's really the agenda. To me, when I look at the left-right paradigm, I'm looking at like two parallel railroad tracks. And the only argument is, and they're both moving in the same direction. They're moving in the same direction, but the question is racing each other. And the question is, which one is accelerationist? Which one is moving to that end goal the fastest? And of course, at the point it reaches that end goal, that's when they're going to cross and collide. But you can't. I don't know whether you can predict, whether you can control a process like that, a dialectic like that. It could spin out of control. They could trigger riots. You know, if prices, if we had Weimar style hyperinflation, early Weimar style, like 1920 Weimar style inflation, we'd have, I think, I don't know. Well, I don't know. They just hand out. They just open food pantries, I guess, and they'd have soup lines. I don't know what would happen.
See, that's what I wonder. Like, have we been so pacified that all they need to control us are steam valves in the form of social media?
I think the immigrant populations would take to the streets. Oh, yeah. I mean, let me put it this way. What creates what we used to call revolutionary situations, or mass, ferment, sufficient ferment to people take to the streets and start rioting and everything else, is not necessarily things reaching rock bottom. It's usually it happens after they've kind of reached bottom, then it started to recover, and then it collapses again. Because what happens is you raise people's expectations in terms of their standard of living, the quality of life, things that count, that are everyday things in people's lives. It's when you raise their expectations and then fail that. If you keep the expectation low, people will put up with a lot. People will tolerate levels of crime and decay and infrastructure collapse that are beyond Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall.
Do you think, okay, so let's say I'm right or we're right and this stuff's heavily scripted. Does it seem to you that they've scripted our political leadership in such a way that the public will beg for artificial intelligence to take over when it's sufficiently developed?
Yeah, that's a solution that Aldous Huxley would have prescribed. He would have said, yeah, ultimately, we don't want humans. The way I view it is, I don't see any need to mystify it or get into the occultic aspect of things, because ruling elites have always dominated their slaves or their serfs as though we were human cattle. So it's basic, rational, simple livestock management, which includes something called natural selection, which is breeding. And for example, homogenization of the herd. It's easier to take care of a herd. You don't want to have, it's cheaper to take care of a homogenized herd or flock.
Do you think that AI is going to homogenize culture? I mean, we're talking about AI slop dominating the music charts.
Yeah, by lowering the standard. But I've talked about the trashification of the culture that I think everybody recognizes. People are constantly making parodies of it and satirizing it. The garbage, they're celebrating it. So no, it runs the parallel. But you're getting into an argument now about which, what's the real wealth? Is it the culture, or is it the political structure, or is it the failure of the economy? Well, for the most part, it's usually the culture. Just about everything flows downstream from culture, except when real scarcity starts. Then things become very economic.
Wait, that was Andrew Breitbart used to say this a lot. He used to say that the right needs to get into movies and stuff because politics is downstream from culture. It's kind of a truism, but that's another one of these points that I make about the reason for saturating our minds with things before they psyop us about it, is that they want to reach us in the culture so it influences our reactions to the event when it occurs on the political stage.
They have nothing new to offer. All they have is more dazzle, bread and circuses, bedazzle us with more flashy special, higher quality special effects. You're posing the question that Nick Bostrom, Oxford's Nick Bostrom, postulates the so-called simulation argument or simulation hypothesis. I mean, would we bore your audience if we took a minute or two to review what that is?
Yeah, people know about Nick Bostrom. He's the guy that Elon Musk copies when he tries to sound smart. He talks about simulation. He copies Nick Bostrom's cadence. But yeah, he came up with the hypothesis. And Joe Rogan.
It's simply this. It's pretty simple, really. Here are three mutually exclusive propositions. Only one of them can be true, yet one of them must be true. So he's also saying not only can we get absolute correctness in this out of three choices, disjoint choices, but we could also get completeness. The first argument is the human species will never evolve sufficiently to create a truly convincing simulation of its existence, its past existence, whatever. The second is, yes, it will evolve. It will get advanced enough that it practically recreate itself, the singularity, but it won't bother to do it. It won't be interested in doing it. And the third proposition is we're living in a simulation. So, and one of those has to be true. That's the simulation argument or simulation.
Yeah, and then he says,
I have an answer to it, by the way.
well, he says, if true, then it's like the chances are 1 billion to 1 that we're in the base reality. So that's where he starts. I think it's a massive appeal to possibility, but what's your take on it?
Well, I spent many years living with something called fax machine technology. If you've ever worked in an office or even had to deliver a document that has a legal, you know what fax machines look like and how it's a trash technology. From the moment I first experienced fax machines in, I guess, the 80s, I said, this is garbage. I said, because once you get to the third or fourth or fifth iteration of copying the thing, it becomes so, you can't even, if it's an image, you can't really, it's just crap. It turns to crap. We call that attenuation. And that's what happens with simulations. This gets into the Mandela effect, what's really going on with the Mandela effect. Because digital media does tend to bleed sometimes, and it gets crappy. And VHS tape, I got VHS tapes, and they degrade over time. But depending on where you're storing them, how much moisture, whatever. No. My answer is we got bored with it a long time ago. We got bored with how effective it is. You know, there's people who spend their lives doing these simulations of Valley Forge, you know, or what's one I'm thinking? Oh, the Civil War reenactors. That's really big. That's a huge, I don't want to say cult, but people who are really very much dedicated to it. I've met some. And they're after the realism of the uniform and, you know, the weapons and everything.
Yeah, it's cosplaying. It's like the Renaissance people do.
It's LARPing. Except that they're being honest about it, and they're fencing it in an area and saying,
well, let me add something to this. Because we talk about programming in general. You've got you got the stuff that precedes it, then you have the current stuff. But after the fact, you have reinforcement. So like these reenactments, media reenactments, movie versions of events, it's almost like they're doing the misinformation effect, where they're maintaining the collective delusion. And I just see it as worldview reinforcement.
Yeah, well, like I say, they can't really maintain a single uniform worldview. It's always going to be broken up into factions or fragments. And there's always going to be dialectic. There's always going to be, opposite, position and counter position. That's always going to go on. It's conflict management. That's one of the ways you manage a herd. I mean, like cowboys on the move, yeah, the cows rest, but then you got to get them on the move again, and you're in a sense stampeding them one way or another. So yeah, it's just livestock management.
That's what we have bred in circuses. I think that it's not just
electronic.
And
at some point, here's the thing: the circuses will be completely electronic at some point. They'll have people so isolated. Like now, for example, I couldn't believe I heard this. Actually, I was listening to Tinfoil Hat podcast, and he was describing taking the family to a circus show in the neighborhood of LA. But there's no elephants. I'm old enough to remember the Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey circus, and in a way, and that's not simulate. Those guys would get in the ring with real tigers and real lions and real elephant. You could smell the elephants. They brought elephants with them. When they came through town, they'd parade right through, right on up through the 70s. They were still doing it. And then, I guess because of the animal cruelty stuff, and the way he described it, it's nothing now but an acrobat. The circus that he went to see is nothing but a very good acrobat show, but there are no more animals in it anymore. So what happens is over time, things get watered down, they get neutered, there's nothing left. They hollow out.
I think we're seeing this with, I think protests, street protests with signs. I think that's even gone down, and it's all going onto the internet. Like they were talking about, let's put a bunch of murals up But it's like people create CGI versions and nobody cares. But I don't know. I mean, do you go out and street protest or you just tweet these days?
No, not anymore. But I might accidentally run into one or something like that. And I am out and about a lot. But what you did when you went to the Trump rally out there in, I guess was it in New Mexico, or where did you go for that?
Yeah, it was in Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, and you were, I only had two regrets about that. One, that I wasn't there myself, and two, that we didn't have a team of a couple dozen, and maybe 3 or 4 video cams, and we could have put together a fantastic video of the event. We could have really, you know what I'm saying?
I was, yeah. For people who don't know, what I did was I just wanted to demonstrate. I wasn't trying to change minds. People are like, why didn't you sit that?
No, but I'm saying you could turn that into a major media event.
Well, it could be, but
so it doesn't matter.
Well, the thing is that I was trying to display to people there that the MAGA people are so brainwashed that the idea that Trump faked Butler would not be tolerated or accepted. And when I went out there, and I would suggest this to people, they basically refused to hear it. They just turned their heads, turned their back. They couldn't even confront it.
A family member posted on my timeline on Facebook that Joe Rogan has accused the FBI of lying about the Butler, Pennsylvania event. Now, I haven't gone,
but at most.
Have you heard this? Do you have any idea what this is about?
I do.
Or does it matter? Does it matter? Because Joe Rogan is bigger than Candace Owens.
Yeah. All you're gonna get out of it is somebody other than the shooter did it. It'll be a second shooter. There's no way they're gonna say it was fake. That will never be said by somebody on the world stage.
Sight unseen, we're auto-hoaxing Joe Rogan. We're saying we already know what the asshole's going to say because they own him. Is that our approach? Because I don't know. I was wondering. I wonder. Maybe I should watch that. And then I thought, why do I want to waste my time watching Joe Rogan? And then I said, well, he has influence because this is a family member tipping me off to this, right? And that's because this is another Trump hater who. That's the whole thing. All the Trump haters out there I run into, it's like, oh yeah, he probably faked it. Oh yeah, he faked that. That's all I hear.
I do too. You know what? I hear that from Trump haters, but their definition of fake is very limited. They think he faked it for votes and somebody died. They don't connect it to the entire media infrastructure faked it.
Oh, you mean the comparatore thing? Because it's at that point that I always say, hey, you look at, they claim somebody got killed in that. Well, look at a picture of this volunteer firefighter's jacket that they misspelled his name on because they were in such a hurry, such a rush to crank out the prop for the whole script. They had to get a prop out. Oh, we need a jacket, a fireman's jacket with his name, and they misspelled his name. And as soon as they see it, they say, yeah, the whole thing's. It's really not that far. Listen, let me tell you something. It's not that if you don't care who got shot, and that's the real question.
I think it was funny when Trump, when he was hugging the empty firefighter suit and caressing the helmet.
Yeah, the after-event performances were so cringeworthy, and especially his wife. She's grinning ear to ear, and I don't know how many people Trump bought. I don't know how they bought. They must have bought a whole town.
Oh, I didn't see that, but I'll have to look because something about it lately. They've been making use of the widows. Like the whole widow thing is kind of played out by now. But
yeah. I just don't. I think you're making the idea of nobody died, somebody died. I think you're making more out of it than is involved here. Once people accept that they're being hoaxed, it really isn't that big of a leap to go from, well, they shot somebody else or somebody else did it, or to, no, nobody really died. Well, yeah, that's a possibility too. People really don't have a hard time with that. So I think you're overestimating the importance of that.
I think you're understating it.
As Stalin said, one death, single death is a tragedy. 1 million deaths is a statistic. People die every day. Who would give a shit about this money grubbing? And let me tell you, the scandals, the money scandals that we're going to hear about, that TPUSA was involved in before his death, his alleged death, the total discrediting of this whole thing, to me, it's nothing but they're glomming on to, what they're going to do is they're going to continue to bring the sort of Christian nationalist agenda into it, pretending to be Christian nationalists when really they're all prostituted anyway. This Erica Kirk was a contestant in Trump's beauty shows, right? And she met Kirk through Trump.
Hey, that's your future vice president, Kirk. I would be careful what you say.
If she marries J.D. Vance and he runs, she would be the first lady, though, right?
I think she's going to be VP.
Oh, they'd make a Erica Kirk a VP candidate.
Well, they've been saying that since day one. But anyway,
who knows? They could do anything.
I think they introduced her for that reason. But yeah, thanks for the call. You raised some valid points.
Have a goodie.
All right, thank you. It's Lynn. And okay, so one of the points she raised is that there is some validity to unmasking the perps. And this is where we came up with the term metascriptors. Like, all we're doing is we're highlighting those individuals who would necessarily be part of the program, no plausible deniability, contributors to the fake events, psyop reinforcement. But it's not only the directors, it also includes the police chiefs, specific people in media that you can connect the dots and see, well, who's involved in multiple fake events, who's interacted directly with crisis actors, because these people aren't being fooled. What's up? Ellen Henfrey says, I'm sorry, this level of conversation where you're at with IPS is base. Is base a good thing or a bad thing? I know based is a good thing. Is base bad? Anyway, phones are open if you want to call in, and Ellen Henfrey, and you can put us on the right course. Open phones for open minds, which means our conversation isn't blinkered to the mainstream perspective or the alt perspective, but it's inclusive of the off-world stage perspective. And I can speak to anyone, no matter where they're coming from, but there's going to obviously be points of contention, and that's never going to change. And another point is that I do not think that we overemphasize the fakery. I think the fakery is the main thing to focus on, especially when you look at the implications of long-term planning for future historic events. That's the only real conspiracy that I can see. All the Candace Owens stuff, that's conspiratainment. It's conspiracy candy, low-hanging fruit, red herrings, misdirection. What we have is evidence of a meta-conspiracy to honeypot all of the free thinkers. But the only real conspiracy that's ongoing and is entirely successful is the global mind war that has put every single person into a Truman Show, a shared delusion. Ellen Henry said, love it. You're way past this person's viewpoints. Well, look, this is the thing. We are all looking at the same performances on the world stage, but our interpretation of it depends on where we are. So if you're a mainstreamer, you're sitting in your chair watching the magician on the stage, and you're fooled by everything, and you believe in magic. If you're alt media, you're still sitting in your seats, but maybe you're throwing popcorn and you're calling it fake or something. There's a certain level of awareness there, but they're still in their seats. We are the ones who've gotten out of our seats. We've gone backstage. We're reading the magician's handbook, and we're getting an idea of how the thing works. We're looking at the infrastructure. Okay, so there's a trap door, so there's something beneath the stage. There's a backstage, etc. Point of view is the main thing. Our point of view off-world stage does not have a platform in their duopoly. It doesn't get representation. But as we've seen in the follow-up of the CK event, there are a lot of people out there who do not buy the alternative version. So it's not enough to not buy the mainstream. You've got to reject the alternative. And I see a lot of people rejecting the alternative, but it's context. So leftists, like the caller mentioned, I know leftists who are like, oh, Trump faked it. Well, you have a fact. Trump faked it. But what do they do with it? They put it in the context of the closed system. So that fact gets submerged in the sea of irrelevance. What we're doing is we're taking these facts and putting them into a context in which it explains these things. I'm not mystified. I'm not confused. I'm not wondering, well, who shot Charlie? They get you chasing these whodunits. They get you on these rabbit trails. And what none of the truthers notice is that these rabbit trails are paved. Like they've been there. They're orthodoxies. They're just predictable narrative traps. Lily Bell says, I visited the Truman Show set in Florida, town of Seaside, tiny town. Yeah, isn't that where Matt Gaetz lived, the Truman Show house? He's in the news right now because the 17-year-old he paid with Venmo was only getting the money because she was living in a homeless shelter and was trying to get dentures, and she wasn't cutting it at McDonald's. And so she needed teeth. She worked at McDonald's. She was in a homeless shelter. And Matt Gaetz was generous enough to help her out a little bit. Meanwhile, they're calling out the Democrats as human traffickers. It's like you literally human trafficked. That's why I used to call him Matt Pizza Gates. And is that true? Are any of these scandals true? Lynn brought up compromised people. Yeah, I'm not saying everything's fake. We're saying we're talking about the imposition of a false worldview, but it's implemented through these staged events, and the people who are part of it are only going to be involved on a limited basis as far as informed about the big picture. So it's really hard to say how much in the know any of these individuals are, or what it is that makes them so malleable and controllable. Like what turns you into a Truman? Brainwashing, bribery, NDAs, compromise. It could be a number of things. Ellen Henfrey says, I'm assuming the reason you have an audience tonight is to discuss the points further. Your video the other day of the highway was perfect. Yeah. So the other day I was talking about someone's question. Someone called in and they said, are you getting distracted by going into the nuance about these various movies and the propaganda relating to fake events? Shouldn't we be focused on the incoming technocracy? And I've said from the very beginning on this channel that every doomsday scenario is a psyop to keep you from thinking about the future, because we're in the end times. Like even the atomic bomb has put us in the end times, climate change, end times. So we have all these various eschatologies to choose from, raptures, doomsdays, World War III, Civil War II, or race war, Turner Diaries. They have all these competing scenarios that no matter what your point of view is, you can arrive at the conclusion that it's all going to come to an end. And I'm suggesting that these are also props or psychological operations designed to keep you in a state of insecurity, to get you to buy storable food items, to get you to fear these doomsdays and invest in them. And I saw Laura Loomer selling radiation first aid kits in case we get nuked. Like, well, what does she know? And I'm saying, no, we're not wasting our time. Because what we are doing here is we're unveiling the architecture of the psyop entertainment complex, and we're eliminating the basis for being afraid of any of these things. And I think the primary point of it is to keep you in a state of fear. I'm not scared of bowl cut shooters. I'm not scared of neo-Nazi Reddit radicalized trans school shooters. Like, I don't believe these things are real. I'm not afraid of suicide bombers. None of these things are slightly concerning to me. I'm not afraid of demons that might, come into my bed and scratch me up like they did Tucker Carlson. These are hyperstitions, superstitions. This is when I'm talking about we live in a dark age. There's a power disparity, but it's not like the movable type press can save us now, because what they've done now is worse than that. I mean, it was pretty bad. You had power consolidated among an educated elite and the masses couldn't read. Then you get the movable type press, and then you have this enlightenment. Well, that's all been reversed because the mass media has created this alternate reality, and there's no opting out of it. Unless you have this outsider perspective. And where would you even get that from? There's no platform for it. It doesn't get acknowledged. They don't acknowledge us to censor us. Like, oh, we got to censor the people who say that Charlie Kirk got squibbed and nobody died on 9/11 and history is written in advance. No, they don't want to draw attention to it. And one of the things is we have a point. Like, we have empirical research. We have a model. We have reasons for the claims that we make. And there's a reason why we're able to extrapolate from our model predictions. But the response to this is not to fight it. Like, I don't believe in activism. Who are you going to engage? Who are you going to recruit? Hey, let's go resist. Like, resist what? You've already been conquered, and they got you full of these narratives that have you chasing shadows on the wall in a state of chronic anxiety, fear. And you notice that these fears are like the thing of the day. They move on, and then nobody cares. Like a few months, like last year, is like, oh, the white genocide. We're running out of people. Military age immigrants are coming to take over. Do you remember that? Whatever happened to the military age men that everyone was crying about? Or the Haitians coming to Springfield and eating all the cats and dogs. Remember these things? You notice that they hype a lot of these fears. They engage in a lot of the fear porn, the fear mongering when there's an election. And then it's like peace. Like, these threats cease to exist. But none of the threats that the program people respond to ever cease existing. They just stop paying attention to it and they focus on the next threat and then the next one. And then they cycle back. So it'll be a little while. We'll get back to our xenophobia. Right now, the big thing to fear is demons. Maybe we'll cycle back to Islamic terrorists and neo-Nazi bowl cut shooters. But right now, the mass shooters to be scared of are leftist ideologues, Antifa, and they're anti-Christian. Lily Bell says, I can't believe Tucker said demons scratched his back, totally bizarre, and he still has an audience. Well, this tells you, okay, his audience members are dupes. They're fools. If you listen to Tucker Carlson as a credible voice, you're listening to a guy who thinks that you're really, really credulous and foolish. He's like, it's in the Bible that demons can take on human flesh and even have babies with you. Like, I don't know if that's even biblical. He's like, it's like immaculate conception. He brought up immaculate conception in this context. Like what that alien tried to immaculately conceive something with him. Is that what happened? And from my understanding, immaculate conception refers to the Virgin Mary being born without the tinge of sin. It's not specifically Jesus being immaculate. These are like conflated. Ellen Henfrey says, this is amazing, Tim. In your opinion, why or why do they perpetually lie to install these events? Well, we're talking about time control, worldview control. The objective of every religion, we're talking about like a theocratic system, is essentially totalitarian. Get everybody to believe the same thing, to be part of a unified worldview. So it's consolidation of government, consolidation of power and worldview. And this has been achieved. It's been achieved through staged history. The major historic events have all been staged, with few exceptions. And I'm waiting to find out what those are, because every major historic turning point that we reference or examine, every major historic personage has been contrived, an actor, a provocateur, but somebody working in the service of the bigger script. And if events are being staged on the scale of like a 9/11, well, 9/11 is not just a date. It's the worldview that we collectively shifted into afterward. It's the reset it hits for all of us. And that was clearly, but based on the predictive content and the buildup, the conditioning, the selling on us in advance of this threat, that was 30 some years in the making or in the planning. So again, local news happens. They say the sky's blue, traffic's bad. It's probably true. But media is a liar in the sense that at any point, staged events can be inserted into our timeline. And it's a good liar. It lies strategically to those who believe it. It doesn't just lie with every breath. But even the truthful media rests upon the settled news, because every news cycle that goes by becomes a page in our history book. So now, according to history, Charlie Kirk got assassinated, and there's just a big fight over whether it was Antifa, leftists, or if it was Israel. That's pretty much it. But that's going down in the history books. And so we are living through recent events we can point at as manufactured history. Manufactured history. And it's not controversial to say, because the staged events that we're talking about that have concurrently released programming, like in Netflix, for example, well, you have to assume that the event itself would have been planned before the mirrored content in the entertainment. Like, so, for example, Butler, Pennsylvania. Well, how far in advance was that planned? Well, I would say at least 2010, if not further back. 2010 is one of the earlier examples we have of a Trump-esque character getting shot at a podium while ranting about immigrants. Ellen says, please tell us your opinion of Matt. It's about Matt Pizzagates. I don't really have an opinion. You know, MTG and Trump are beefing right now. MTG is in a weird category because she's red pill, she's MAGA, she's Q, but she's also mainstream Republican. She's kind of mainstream, but she also leans into the woke stuff, the Q stuff. She's deep into that. She also fakes swattings. I guess it's just fading relevance. I bet she's jealous of Erica Kirk. I'm still waiting for, when are these like celebrity wives? You know, when are we going to have some kind of psyop where some celebrity wife gets to parade around as a widow? Because you know they're jealous of Erica Kirk and all the attention she got. It's got to be competitive. Like, I think the psyop entertainment complex is like a status symbol. Like, if you are a Hollywood actor and you get involved in a psyop, you're next tier. Yeah, Lean Dion, COVID was a deadly plague according to history. Masks and jibbies saved the world. So we're talking about the routine occurrence of fake events inserted into our timeline. So who controls the past, controls the present, controls the future. This is all just Orwellian in its scope. But it's not just that, it's that it's successful. And how long back have they been doing this? So the why is, I think the why has been answered. Total control. This is global, it's successful, and everybody that you know is in this Truman Show paradigm, which we can demonstrate rests upon fakery, is infused with fakery. And when you separate the real from fake and you look at how systemic it is, then you can see the distinction. But you can't really see it until you take an outsider perspective. Not taking that perspective doesn't make it not real. I mean, there's a world outside of your closed fictional universe. So a fictional universe is like Marvel Comics. It's the real world, but it's got superheroes. Well, the mainstream media is a fictional universe. It's the real world, but we have this fake crap attached to it, and it's predicated on this fake backstory. And for a couple of years, we've been tossing around this idea of newsbenders. This play from 1968 where this journalist finds out that at the higher levels, they're actually scripting the news 5 years in advance, bending the news for the purposes of world peace, peace through total worldview warfare. Like this. So they've installed an operating system for us, like a religion. So we all have this collective operating system. I'll call it the world stage. The world stage is the version of things that we have been served consistently for decades that is infused with fakery, but it's all assumed to be true. But newsbenders only projected it 5 years into the future. But then I started really looking at the cumulative effect and how this systemic fakery, this pattern, it goes back as far back as we look. I mean, we find all kinds of stuff from JFK, for example, and his association with John Frankenheimer from the Manchurian Candidate, the same director who drove RFK to the Ambassador Hotel where he was killed by a Manchurian Candidate. I mean, we've been looking at this for some time. So it's pretty clear that this is beyond bending the news cycle. No, this is history bending. And we're not talking about revising history, retconning, retroactively changing things, fighting over versions of the past. No, we're talking about the proactive creation where it's planned so far in advance that it really kind of calls into question a lot of things about specifically politics and power and what we really can, what we actually do. Like, do we actually exercise power, or are we a captive audience in this never-ending bread and circus show? And I would say we are a captive audience. And a lot of it is about engaging you emotionally and making you feel powerful. But it's all theater, in my opinion. I've opted out. I've become very detached from the world stage. Yeah, Ellen says, so our intelligence apparatus of all the other countries are working together. That's what it is. Yeah, necessarily so. They would have to be. And there's a point where it's the compartmentalization is an illusion. And there's a point where you can infer, and it would necessarily have to be true, that there's collusion at the top levels on everything, from the space program on down to the agreed upon lies. I mean, why wouldn't the left call out right-wing psyops or psyops that benefit their side? Why wouldn't they call this stuff out en masse? Not just a few people on the left saying Trump faked it, but why wouldn't CNN? Why wouldn't every leftist media outlet get together, hold a press conference in town halls and say, what does it mean that Trump and his administration faked the assassination attempt? Does it invalidate the election? No, they'll never address it. And they'll never address it because they're working together. Ellen says, why would the whole world work together? Because it's a global government. It's a few ruling over the multitude. That's what it is. And how? Through our collective agreement. If you want more details, or if you want a bigger picture look, I would suggest you get a copy of Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, A Skeptic's Guide to the Theater of Psywar. Because if you can recognize the fake events, it's not enough to say it's fake. You have to ask, well, what's the utility? What does it do? And then when you look at how systemic it is, well, what's the long-term effects? Well, you can look at yourself and people in your life, and you can see how it has informed their worldview. Our internal simulation, our internal representation of the world is being programmed. It influences opinions, prejudices you, sets your cognitive bias, and it makes you credulous of certain things and credulous of others. We're talking about mass mind control. And so you're asking why. I mean, these are like, I guess it's a good question, but I think you should be more specific. Might makes right. Powerful people like to consolidate power. You know, I like looking. I've been doing a little bit of reading on Serapis. I just think it's incredibly fascinating how you find many examples like this. But what I like about this example is it's one of the clearer ones where you have this God that is an acknowledged construct. It's like nobody here is going to get offended if we say Serapis was fake. It was a God construct. that this is an amalgamation of Zeus and Osiris and some wine god. So you connect all these gods and you merge it into one. So consolidation of worldviews, consolidation of worshipers under a single entity. So Serapis, Greco-Egyptian god created. This is a created entity, a syncretic blend of Osiris, Apis, Zeus, Dionysus, Hades. And so this is a sun god, another one of these sun gods. But my point of it was a unifying patron deity to merge Greek and Egyptian traditions. So we're talking about consolidating worldview through consolidating belief systems. But this is an admitted construct. And I'm suggesting that our worldview is a construct. History is a construct. And we can talk about how we're examining how it's being constructed. We are deconstructing it. Ellen says, if there's no separation of governments or country, then why? Yeah, well, the illusion of compartmentalization is there to keep you compartmentalized, to keep you in your box, to keep you from seeing the big picture, to maintain the power disparity between our rulers and us. There's a chasm in understanding on how these things work. We are given an operating system which keeps us docile, nullified, and complicit, compliant. It's incontestable. It's just government. They've perfected it. You could say this is a utopia. I'm leaning towards that. There are some days where I think this is utopia. This is the best of all possible worlds. They couldn't do better. They manage our worst impulses through theater and through simulations. They evolve us to accept the inevitability of a better system of governance through some very sophisticated system. In this case, AI is the new thing, the new God. But the purpose might be, I mean, this is just a guess, but it might be this utopian endeavor, the brotherhood of man under the fatherhood of God, you know, the Masonic stuff about the Temple of Solomon. I think this is it. I think this is the construct of history I'm talking about. This is the Temple of Solomon. This is the Tower of Babel. This is some kind of uniform, unifying construct. You know, Catholic means universal, right? And what I think they have achieved here is a universal religion. And this is world peace. Leo says, you couldn't say this is utopia. That's nuts. Really? What's so nuts about it? If you were trying to create a perfect form of government that would maintain a stasis and it would never change, like a frozen system, essentially, that it's stable. Peace, we've achieved peace through mind war. You know, I would take a look at Michael Aquinas's book, Mind Wars, where he talks about the replacement of physical war, destruction, casualties with mind war as a better way of governing things. But it's already happened. We're already here. We're already living it. Can you think of a better system? Do you think that we could operate without this? And this is not a new question. There's that Latin phrase inspired by, let me bring this up, this notion of, here it is. Greek historian Polybius in history said, superstition maintains the cohesion of the Roman state. Now, this is what I think we're looking at now. I'm talking about superstitions, hyperstitions, fake events, God constructs, like global warming, a neo-Noah's flood myth. He says, my opinion is they adopted this course for the sake of the common people. Every multitude is fickle, full of lawless desires, unreasoned passion, and violent anger. The multitude must be held in by invisible terrors and pageantry. For this reason, I think not that the ancients acted rashly in introducing notions concerning the gods and beliefs in the terrors of hell. So this is the idea here, that there's a need to control the masses, and that the best way to control them is apparently to introduce into them a bunch of God constructs and beliefs that make them easy to control. Anufel says, wrong, Tim. They didn't conquer us with distraction or mind war. They conquered us through police and gunpowder. Well, at some point they transition, because right now, people say, like they used to say, I don't hear so much anymore, they're going to take our guns. I'm like, well, what does it matter if they take your guns? They've already taken your mind. You couldn't possibly organize any kind of challenge to the system by people who are still programmed by it. It wouldn't work. There's no point. But yeah, ultimately, what defines state really is its monopoly on force. But they don't have to use force if they can use simulation. And that's why I'm saying it's somewhat utopian. Like, we still need the illusion of force to keep us under control because we're a bunch of brutes. But they don't have to actually get their hands dirty. I would even argue that the space program is religious pageantry. Science fiction has been merged with more archaic religious concepts, but all of it is designed to pacify us, and I think it's succeeded. Ollie Goering says, rampant labubus or rampant child sacrifice. Yeah, labubus are supposedly Lucifer's favorite pets. Have you heard this? These things are like these little demon dolls. It's very popular. I get so many requests. People on eBay are like, paint me a labubu, I'll buy it. I actually painted one. If you got my newsletter at timosman.art, I painted a labubu and I put it on eBay. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, as far as this human face on a rabbit body with the bright red cheeks and 9 teeth. What's up, Howard Boyd? Thanks for joining. Now, what we're also pointing out is this. We don't want to get distracted by the who did it, who done it, who's behind it. There are people who spent their entire lives, like, who's behind the conspiracy, but they haven't even identified what it is. And the more we examine it, the conspiracy itself is the conspiracies are largely fake. So then the question of who did it is kind of irrelevant. So you take away the irrelevant questions and you focus on what is it. Let's look at the architecture. And what the architecture of it reveals is that there is no meaningful distinction between Hollywood, religion, government, and politics. Like, this is that, yeah, these are all separate departments, but they're subsets. So government on top, entertainment is a subset of government. And the evidences of this are the psychological operations, which are reinforced by the entertainment. And this is not an anomalous thing, but this is a regular, predictable occurrence. And it's predictable. Again, I predicted, upon seeing the Charlie Kirk thing, that there would be contemporaneous fake or simulated events in the entertainment realm that mirror it. Because that's what we're looking at. Drills, simulations, things that happen at the same time. And it's so specific with Hulu's The Tempest that it would take some serious denialism to overlook it, to wave it away. And even if you waved away the first episode and the Charlie Kirk guy getting shot in the neck in the church, you would have a hard time explaining away how the widow in the first 3 episodes gave us a pretty good preview of what Erica Kirk would be doing. Ellen says, I would love your opinion of the sun, moon, and stars. Yeah, I think there's other places you can go. Like if you want to get into metaphysical speculation, paranormal, and all that, there are places to go. But what we're examining here is objective reality. It's easy to get lost in subjectivity. In fact, I think that's one of the main things that has hampered this entire thing. The reason why people stay and have remained stuck in Trutherville is they never left subjectivity. You cannot have an objective view on these things if you can't separate real from fake. And so it's a little premature for metaphysical speculation, and my opinions on the matter are far from mainstream paranormal. And I certainly don't like, okay, one thing, I'm certain that religion is controlled opposition to spirituality and psychic integration. I'd say the same of psychiatry. Like, I get it, psychiatry, psychology, understanding the mind, very important. However, I think these things are gatekeeping something. And I'm very much immersed right now in the works of Carl Gustav Jung. I'm listening to his Red Book. And one of the things that he makes clear, and I really agree with him here, is that the human mind is compartmentalized. You know, you have your ego awareness, your aperture that is largely derived from your sensory apparatuses, and then your background and your philosophy. You have your worldview, but it's largely centered around your body. But there's this transpersonal, there's this transcendental aspect of the self that isn't in that little filter. And this is the source of intuition, synchronicity. And he describes this concept of integrating psychically with the subconscious, but that the subconscious can be communicated with through symbols, through archetypes. And this is an interesting concept because we talk about how these movies are consistently full of subtexts, occult subtexts, archetypes, like what's with all these occultic themes that we're seeing played out in front of us. Well, it seems to me that the psyop entertainment complex is communicating to us on multiple levels, and that it bypasses our conscious awareness and it speaks directly to our subconscious. And this is something that even James Shelby Downard wrote about in King Kill 33, that the reason for the psychodrama is to flood our mind with archetypal images and symbolism to communicate to us at a subconscious level, to hit us emotionally and deeper. And it all makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to me why they would expend efforts in that direction. Planting ideas, but also, again, communicating to us at levels beyond our conscious awareness, but somehow still become part of our knowledge base. I was talking about the Red Book, which was this biographical piece, but I've been getting into a lot of his writings because I tend to agree with him that there's an aspect of the mind that is something that can be confronted through what he would describe as a form of alchemy, psychic transformation, but that not everyone necessarily has this. And I'm suggesting that I'm talking about the mind, aspects of the mind, these are deliberately gate-kept or misidentified. So I think that a lot of what religion does is it puts up walls so that you don't unify with this higher self or the wider spectrum of the self, and that you don't identify with intuition and synchronicity, but instead you psychopathologize these things. Like, I'm getting a lot of connections, I'm having precognitions. Yeah, that's mental illness, or that's demons. It's very easy to say these things shouldn't be confronted, or that they have no relevance. But my personal experiences contradict this. So I'm like, well, why are the authorities on the mind and the authorities on the human soul opposed to this type of knowledge or these types of perspectives on the mind itself? And I'm like, that's interesting, because you don't find any kind of support for it because it goes against the dominant paradigm. where we are nothing more than highly evolved apes with big egos confronting a meaningless universe and coping with it by making stuff up to make it seem like there's some kind of deeper meaning. And I completely and entirely disagree with that. I think that's only one part of us. But I think this is kind of relevant because the worldview that we have has a corresponding operating system mentally, a psychoepistemology. So, like, for example, for Truman to remain stuck in the Truman Show, he had to be a true believer in all the lies. There's this relationship between the programmed and the program. That's why I describe this as deprogramming. You have to break the entrainment to the fakery. But I don't think the answers are in religion. I don't think they're in paranormal. And you get into the area where it's too subjective and it has no relevance to this particular conversation, like to media deconstruction. Like, we're talking about fake news. We're talking about agitprop propaganda and mind control. And we're doing this from an objective basis. So I don't want to get sidetracked by things that we don't have answers for or that we'll never agree upon. And again, I'm just bringing it up because I think that religion is part of government, and it's just like entertainment. I don't think it's a coincidence that if you look at various aspects of our worldview, they actually are imitations of things that come from religion. Like, the climate change is a new flood myth. Space is a new heaven. Gaia, angry flood god. COVID, a devil that the atheists can believe in. Virus is like a new sin. And down the line, you can find that there are so many examples of the traditional worldviews have just been updated with science fiction terminology. I would say that the dominant world religion today is nasatology. Like, you might have your own religion that you were raised with, but if you believe in the mainstream version of things, you're a nasatologist. Sprightly says, sidetrack channel, please. I don't know. I mean, I really don't think there's a point. You know, people are going to have their own subjective spiritual takes on things, and a lot of people are comfortable with religion. I think religion's evil. You know, I think the God of the Bible is the demiurge. If anything, I think the Gnostics have it right. And I'm not saying I believe that, but if you could convince me that the biblical God was real and not a man-made construct, not a mask for government to wear, if you could convince me it was real, I'd say, well, by all indications, this is some kind of demiurge, not the ultimate creator, but some intermediary, some landlord. I think that's what it is. I mean, religion to me is unequivocally evil. And when I say evil, I mean in terms of like light and dark, like awareness, consciousness, knowledge, light, ignorance, dark. The suppression of consciousness is what I would define as evil, like cutting you off of your awareness of your soul, your spirit, reducing you to a mere animal, a robot, a programmable, hackable animal. Yeah, that's somewhat evil, dehumanizing. And I think religions are there to dehumanize you, to make you less than, and you're just a dirty animal. Lasers say Gnostics were right. Well, look how they were treated. Like, if I had to choose a religion, I'm kind of Manichaean, Manichaeanism. I do think that there's a dialectic or a dynamic here. I do think it's light versus dark. And I think if you don't choose light, by default, you're dark. But like, I don't think there's middle ground. I think there are people who are swayable, who might be somewhat in a gray, maybe. But I think at some point we all have to make a choice. Or the choice is demonstrated by our responses to things. You can kind of tell where people fall. And if you conform to the world, well, you're conforming to the darkness. You're conforming to the materialistic, reductionist, the televised worldview, and the version of man that comports to that. And when I say light, I mean your point of view. So is your point of view meat suit? I'm just an ape. Or is your point of view, I'm a transcendental spiritual being having a physical experience? And my point of view has shifted away from the meat suit as the primary, as the totality of my being. And largely this is because it's contradicted by intuition and synchronicity and precognition. There are things that suggest that maybe there's more than just what the body consents. So I would say that this would put me on the side of light. Now, anyone who says, oh, you're crazy for thinking life has meaning, you silly monkey. Well, then, okay, they're saying that I should go back to just being the animal, the dark, and I should just agree with the dominant paradigm that nothing means anything. And I think that this experience, in the material realm is a realm of temporary ignorance. And the process here is to unveil the light before you get lost in the darkness and lose your soul, and perhaps even maybe it's not reclaimable after a certain point. But the entire paradigm is built in darkness. It's built on the premise that you're an animal, and it rules out by the scientific method that we don't have a soul. The idea of a soul is an archaic hangover from an ignorant age. At least that's what we're supposed to believe. Now, am I saying these are good or bad? Not necessarily. Most of the people I know live in darkness, are of the world, and likely think the idea of deeper meanings in our lives is likely egotistical, delusional, or just coping with meaninglessness. But I don't judge people. Like, I have friends who are mainstream. I don't care. I don't care if somebody's a mainstreamer. I don't care if somebody is completely materialistic and anti-spiritual. Like, it's really not my purview. Sprightly says light and dark are inadequate descriptors. I don't think so. One of my issues here is that there's moral relativism that I think is a blinder. And when I say light and dark, I think that there is a very, very specific division here. But I don't think everybody's really active in it. Like what I would consider to be the spiritual war. And the spiritual war is the war on your identity as a spiritual being. And again, religions have nothing to say on this. If anything, they put you into the darkness and they try to get you to cope with it. Yeah, you're a fallen being, so praise this higher being. Like, I mean, there's this idea that, we are to be humble because we're so low. And I'm like, I don't know. I think we exist on a spectrum. Jamarin says duality only exists in the lower dimensions. Right. But I think there's absolute evil. See, I believe in evil, though. That's the thing. I don't think evil is just an adjective. I don't think that it's just something from our perspective or it's an opinion. I think there's objective evil. And I would define evil as actions or activities that are maliciously working to cut people off of their understanding what their life is or what they are. Like, I think the despiritualizing nature of the world stage is inherently meant to blind us. I think that's the whole point. It's a game. It's very much a game. But I think there are a lot of people who are actively here basically to suppress, to endarken. And I think there may be others who might be involved in enlightenment. I think it's endarkenment versus enlightenment. That's why I say it's Manichaean, maybe it's medieval. Maybe it's primitive, but I think it works that way. And I think it's a useful framework because then it puts some responsibility on the person to make the decision. You know, am I in denial of meaning and spirit and a human soul? Are we just meat suits with expiration dates and nothing happens afterward? Or are we fully accountable beings on some kind of a trajectory? Are we meant to reflect on our experiences and grow from them and evolve from them? Are we meant to judge good and evil, or are we just supposed to be morally blind? Lasers say it's a real human construct. Linda says evil was created. Another word I like to employ is lies, like liars. I think we need to be able to call liars liars. Liars don't like that. Liars don't like the word lie because it sounds harsh. But I think we shouldn't shy away from it. And I think we need to be responsible for the lies that we spread. Lying is low-grade witchcraft. It's reality manipulation. And it doesn't matter about your intention. So if you're a propaganda mule because you've never challenged it, are you a liar? Yeah. Maybe you don't know it. And when you've been confronted with it, you can defend those lies, as most do, or you can consider that maybe your position is faulty and reconsider your position. But I think it's kind of incumbent on those who are not liars to call out the liars and to not be afraid of using the word. Sprightly says binary polarization lacks nuance. Yeah, again, I disagree. I don't think that we can compromise on certain things like real or fake. You know, these are pretty clear-cut categories. And I think that light and dark are pretty clear. Either you believe you have a soul or you don't. There's really no gray area. Either you're existing from the level of soul or you're existing from the level of animal. Either you believe you're an animal and there's no purpose to life and it ends when you die, and that we're just basically latecomers to the scene, accidents of evolution, a blip on the radar, and ultimately we're not going to be here for long in the big scheme of things. Or the other perspective is that this entire place was built for us. It's an extension of us. We're integrated in some cybernetic system, and that the material world as we experience it is the habitat designed for sentient human life. So either the universe is human-centric, or we're latecomers to the scene and we're just apes on this rock contemplating our existence. But don't take my word for it. I mean, I don't even believe in death. I mean, I know people die. I've been around corpses. Linda says death is inevitable. Is it? Have you done it? And what does it even mean? And is it a permanent state? Anufel says, I reject the concept of a soul, but I accept Carl Jung's superego. Well, the concept of a soul is built on the premise that we pre-exist and then we exist after the physical receptacle. Is there a continuity of awareness before and after life? Or is your self-awareness a delusion? Is it just a useful frame of reference for an animal with a highly evolved intellect? Like, are we just delusional when we say, I think? Are we delusional when we think that we have a transcendental aspect? Science would say so. The world stage would say so. The dominant paradigm would say, like, for example, the Daily Beast was talking about conspiracy theories, and they had done a hit piece, and they'd even said that we were clear-cutting the forest of information. But one of the writers had said something that stood out to me. She said, the reason why you have all these conspiracy theories is that we have our highly evolved pattern recognizing monkey brains. You see, It's just our monkey brains are causing us to create these connections to make sense of things. That's all. In the vacuum of meaninglessness, we assemble meaning. That's all. It's cope. It's a coping mechanism. A conspiracy theory is a coping mechanism to make us feel like somebody's in control because we cannot confront the idea that nobody's in control. Or he's calling the news fake because he can't cope with how bad things are. And so it's a coping mechanism. It's like, no, I'm a realist. I'm not afraid of death. I don't deny violence or murder. I know that people are capable of anything. Like, I don't have any delusions about any of these things. I'm a realist. Yeah, you saw that, Jameer and May? I like how they got a professional psychotherapist to psychoanalyze you on the segment. Hilarious to watch. Yeah, I was interviewed by Mick Media, and they brought in a psychologist to analyze my answers. And she said I was anti-authoritarian. I'm like, oh, what, you're pro-authoritarian? And she said that I was just making up explanations in order to conceal how bad things are from myself because I can't confront it. Yeah, if only. And one other thing too. Let's say that we were wrong about everything. Like next month, somebody comes along and they debunk everything we've ever said. And it turns out the news is all true. There's no such thing as psyops. And everything is just coincidental. It's all pure chaos. We were just making up meaning. Okay, if true, then you would have to say that this has been one of the most incredible examples of collective storytelling ever assembled. Because what we have done is we have framed historic events and contemporary events into a narrative, into a storyline that actually has a great deal of integrity. It has internal consistency. So it's an interesting theory at a minimum, very artfully done. Either our theory is nuanced, artfully done, extremely detailed, and internally consistent, or the metascript is artfully done, internally consistent. You can find my Mick Media article, or rather interview. This is bad. They did a hit piece on me because if you were to search man high on meth babbling about reptilians, that's the headline. That's a headline for an article where they embedded my video, which has nothing to do with the article. I mean, these people are nasty. You can find it at timosman.substack and just do a search for Mick Media. You'll find the video. It might even be on YouTube. Yeah, lore generating monkey brain. But I would appreciate an attempt to prove us wrong, because that's all we do. We test our claims. We have a methodology here. We're not promoting a belief system. We're promoting a methodology. There's a difference. You know, science is not a belief system in its pure form. It's a methodology. It's an approach to making sense of the facts, making observations with some rigor, making predictions based on the models that you build. That's all we've done here. We're not conspiracy theorists. We're not engaging in conjecture. We're analyzing the patterns, and we're reaching the point where, in terms of our hoax indicators, we have a great deal of, I think, predictability in what we say. And we've gone past the point of only requiring the performance of the piece to have glitches for us to see through it. Like, we don't need crisis actors to screw up their lines for us to know it's a hoax. We don't need to rely on green screen glitches. But anyway, Mick Media was a great opportunity because they were looking for somebody to make into a fool. So they brought me on thinking that I was going to fall into predictable traps. So for example, she said, well, what about this terror attack in New York? I was like, yeah, probably fake. And she said, what if I told you that I was there? Would you call me a liar? And I said, I would still question your claims skeptically. And I didn't immediately believe her. Like, I wouldn't immediately believe. I didn't really take the bait because people will feel bad for questioning something. But she also said, I'm in the media. Am I a liar? And I said, well, yeah, to the extent that you agree with mainstream NBC, CBS, Fox News, to the extent to which your perspective agrees with the mainstream, yeah, you are indeed a liar. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but I made the point that, yeah, I'm not afraid to call a liar to their face. Jamarian says they love to gaslight. The way the reporter spoke with condescending and disgusted tone, it was definitely LOL. Well, Mick Media was a offshoot of Huffington Post. And she had something like 5 million subs. And I turned this hit piece into a promo piece for auto hoaxing. Because what she said was, and this was great. She said, what they're doing is they're categorizing people into two groups, the auto believers and the auto hoaxers. The auto believers are those who automatically believe everything they see on the news. The auto hoaxers are those who presume that it could be fake. I'm like, yeah, that's skepticism. You could be credulous or you could be skeptical. And they're arguing against skepticism and saying they were anti-authoritarian. You know, argue against skepticism in an age of, you know, media saturation, the attention economy, fake news, unmitigated, unchecked, uncorrected fake news, and we're supposed to just trust. No, I like the graphic. So she gave us a graphic. The auto believers were shown as people inside of a TV, and the auto hoaxer was a all-seeing eye. And it's kind of true. You know, we are kind of, if you think about it, like, what is the Illuminati? I'm not talking about the Bavarian Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt and all that, but I'm saying if there is an Illuminati, an enlightened group, well, what are they enlightened about? Well, I mean, the programmers behind the world stage, the ones at the top tier level metascriptors who are consciously part of this history directing process, they would be in the know. But to get there, you got to sign your name in blood. You got to sign some NDAs, take some oaths, have a security clearance, have a CIA dad like Tucker Carlson or Andrew Tate. But how do you get to that point if you're not born into the system? You don't. It's a closed system. However, some of us have managed to exploit a few glitches. We've examined some limited hangout operations, and we've arrived at some insights that aren't meant for the general public. And we have built on those. We have resisted all of the pressure to drop what we're doing and conform to the fear matrix propaganda. We've maintained our positions and we've refined our operating system. And we're not going to stop. You know, someone's like, aren't you guys being distracted with all this nuance? Shouldn't you just be scared of Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel? No. No, you can go be Chicken Littles and let the fox lead you into the cave. You can go warn people about the sky falling. You can be reactive. But the other position you can be in is responsive. So the reactive person is programmed. The responsive person waits. And they respond when they have more information. Responding it kind of implies you're doing it at your own pace. You're not triggered. By the way, the psychiatrist that psychoanalyzed me based on that segment is the sister of some guy who works at the Hubble telescope. I thought that was kind of an interesting connection. It's like, oh, this family's connected to fakery in high places. I think they probably regretted that interview, because for me, it's just good for us. I mean, I wasn't trying to convince her. And I certainly knew it was going to be used against me from the mainstream perspective. But for me, I was doing this to set an example for this is how we confront the mainstream. You have to be irreverent, unapologetic, and you have to stick to the premise that we're correct in our assessment here, that real until proven fake is a better approach, and it tends to leave us in a more agnostic position, informed disbelief. I'll go ahead and put that Mick Media thing in the newsletter archive. I want to say thanks to the callers. Thanks, Lynn, for calling. Lynn is a repeat long-term caller, and we 100% have different perspectives, but there are certain points where we do agree, and there are certain things that we do need to consider here. But I like having people who are mainstream or alternative main to talk to, because the purpose of debate isn't to convince either party, but it's to shine a light on the structure of our arguments for everybody else, for educational purposes. But I'll send out a newsletter here tonight, and I'm going to be in the Discord server continuing research. Yeah, hit the like button if you like. We haven't had a lot of live streams in the last few days because I've been working on artwork. I was going to do a local flea market. I went over there, and it was a mess. There's no way, in my opinion, that my work would sell consistently there. And I hate to be a naysayer, but I had to see for myself, and I had second thoughts. So instead, I decided to double down on eBay. So if you go to my eBay shop, I have a cyborg penguin up. I put in the newsletter. Jamarian says, what are your plans for a residence? You know, it hasn't even been a month, so I haven't even thought about it. You know, it's crazy how I thought, like, I was actually putting my entire life on hold because I thought the idea of having nowhere to live is like the worst thing in the world. Like, I was like afraid of this thing. And now I'm like, what's the hurry? You know, I can probably stretch this out and save money as long as I want to. I actually sleep. I have peace of mind that I haven't actually had before, except for maybe a brief period after the Army before I got caught up with some psychopath. I can't really think of any other time where I wasn't in a state of fight or flight. Like I sit around and I read, or I'm painting out in the woods. Like, I've never been this calm. And so I'm not really in a rush to do anything. Like, I'm on vacation and I'm questioning, should I ever stop being on vacation? Or should I just maintain this into perpetuity? This is my permanent vacation. It's like I retired. I retired from drama. I retired from toxicity. I'm retired from being reactive to emotionally unstable, unaccountable control freaks. And I don't see any reason why I would go back to that. I've been extremely productive. I've done about 15 of my better paintings in the last couple of weeks. I've been writing a lot. So again, I just don't know. Someone said, do you have plans for a residence? Like, I don't even know where I want to live. I have a kind of a network of friends and places I can house sit or couch surf if I feel like it. And I still have my routine. I haven't, in fact, I'm probably more active than I have been in a long time. I don't skip the gym. I'm eating just fine. Like, I don't know what the fear was. Like, I should have done this 2 years ago. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions. Where should I live? My next thing is I need to get an office space. Now, once I get the office space going, then I'm going to work on a promotional tour for the book. If you haven't read it, Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, A Skeptic's Guide to the Theater of Psywar. Go to ips.monster, buy the book. It's 311 pages. It was published on the 12th of this year of September, and it contains all of the best ideas of the IPS think tank to date. I consolidated it because I knew I was about to hit the streets. I knew I was going to go lose everything. And I wanted to make sure that in case I don't bounce back, I wanted to have all of our best ideas consolidated. So this whole last summer, I was really just focused on getting this book out. Like my life depended on it. And once it got published, a lot of stress was just instantly relieved. Because I'm like, okay, good. This has not been in vain. I could disappear and the work of the think tank will still remain codified and consolidated. But no, I'm not disappearing. Laser says, get a storage space for an office. Well, I've looked at the pricing, and there are office spaces with 24-hour access, Wi-Fi, conference rooms for a couple $100 a month. Air conditioned, you have lighting, windows, good locations. So there's no reason, you could use that as a storage space, but there's no reason to downgrade. So I found a really nice office space. The problem with storage spaces is it's not an office space. It is a space, sure, but the office space I'm talking about has all the amenities, and it's in a nice location in a business park. And the purpose of this is the publishing company and the live streams, and having a conference room could be very useful. And I've done this before. I had an office space, but the one that I had was getting a little pricier. They were increasing the rates, and I found one for half the price in a much better neighborhood. On 611, somebody busted my window. Lily Bell says, people are staying in long-term hotels instead of renting apartments. Yeah, I've seen that. It's actually kind of crazy how difficult it is to get into a place these days here. It was kind of intimidating. It's not so hard if you have friends and roommates, but it can be difficult. There's a lot of people living in their vehicles these days. But the weather's nice, at least right now. Hopefully I have everything solved soon, but I'm not really in a hurry. Like I said, my focus is this. My focus is the work, the writing, publishing some stuff. But yeah, I'm not really stressed out. Maybe I should be. Like, am I in some kind of bubble? Am I not taking this seriously enough? I think I was actually taking things too seriously. Laser says, I'm in a band in a storage space. We made it feel like a room, tons of cameras. Yeah, well, the thing about the office spaces, again, is also you have access for conferences. Like if I want to have people over for an event or for interviews. Someone said I should go to Santa Fe and paint the plaza. Yeah, I would definitely do that. I might go there. It's not far from where I am right now. All right, well, I'm waiting. We're almost there. We're about 2 hours and 54 minutes in. I try to close this off at 3 hours. Beyond that, it gets a little choppy. It starts to break apart. Lesko says, I'm buying the cyborg penguin. Yeah, I'll be painting more. I turned eBay back on. I have a lot of art up there right now. I put a note, a link. Lily Bell says, long-term hotels offer free breakfast, small kitchenettes, all bills paid. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Should I decide to? The next priority is the office, because the office space will allow me to set up my computers again. So we can set the 24/7 live stream. I have a computer available to me, so I've been intermittently having the live stream play, like replays, the last 24 hours. And the numbers have been good. And it has been bringing in a lot of Discord members. By the way, if you want to join our Discord, there is a QR code on the screen. So scan that with your phone. The 24-hour research at our Discord is really unparalleled. It's kind of addictive. There's a lot of people there. And all we're doing is breaking down the world stage and debating things. I mean, you'll see hours-long debates over whether Charlie Kirk was squibbed or if it's squib plus CGI. I mean, these are like nuanced discussions, borderline nerdy in terms of our obsessiveness with it. Very granular. Kevin Morris says, where are you now? Yeah, I'm not giving away my location. But I am very resourceful. I'll say that. I don't miss meals. I don't miss showers. I don't miss anything. In fact, there's beds available to me. I'm on a vacation. Like I'm saying, it's not stressful. I have no itinerary. Nobody telling me what to do. There's no pitchfork prodding me in the back. There's no leash around my neck. I think they call this freedom. Yeah, I'm a digital nomad. I think that's what, isn't that what I could say? I'm a digital nomad. Not van life. I would never do van. I mean, I wouldn't say never. I mean, I like the idea. It's convenient, RV and stuff. But I'm not really someone who wants to live on the road unstable. This is just a period of time where I'm trying to decide where I'm going to settle. That's all. So I'm not like on the road. I'm not on the run. I'm just taking a break. And I just like, well, how long do I want to take this break for? You know, a couple weeks. And it's been a couple weeks. It's been like 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks. And now I'm thinking I could extend this until next year. I don't have anything really pressing right now. And again, I'm totally open to the idea of getting a couple hundred copies of the book, getting my whiteboard. And I have this whiteboard lecture on preparing, trying to get it down to 45 minutes to where I could explain the world stage model, metascript, history bending, news bending with examples and examples of long-term history planning to a layperson. But I'm setting this up to do a series of live book readings and Q&As. That's my next step here. And if I'm not nailed down anywhere, I have a number of places I could go and venues I've been examining. You know, here, Santa Fe, Denver, Phoenix, Las Vegas. I got a place in Santa Barbara. Anywhere I go, you know, I would ensure that I have somebody there to help organize it. But yeah, I'm thinking about moving lots of copies of the book because one of the things too is the royalties are helping out quite a bit. So I want to say thanks again to all of you who have been purchasing the book and sharing it, because it's actually going to probably pay more than subscriptions and Patreon. And there's no cap on it. I mean, I know it's a niche book, but books are, as far as like what we're doing right now, books in print are one of my focuses, and also the tabloid, but we have to exist outside of the digital realm alone. Sprightly says Denver's too much money. Oh, I'm only talking about going over there to do book reading and sell some books. I'm not talking about staying there. No, I had a nightmare a couple of months ago about being homeless in Denver. It's like, oh no. Kevin says stealth camping is a crime. Right. Not really much of a camper. Like, I don't like the outdoors. Like, I don't like nature. I mean, I like it, but like, I don't like staying out, camping, getting dirty. I really don't. This is a vacation for me away from a lot of things, but this is not like a permanent state. And if I wasn't focused on artistic endeavors and creative enterprises, yeah, I could easily go walk into a job with decent pay. It wouldn't be a problem. But it's just not my priority right now. I'm taking advantage of the fact that I can do this. Not a lot of people can. You know, obligations, leashes, pitchforks, all kinds of things. I have none of that. Lean Dion says, visit Rogan and Musk in Austin. Yeah, I'd like to go check out Space City. Is that what they call it? Starbase? Andrea says, could you stay at an RV place? No, I'm not lacking for a place to stay. Like I will find whatever I need. The main thing here is maintaining a workflow. And I have been maintaining a workflow. And I also have every indication based on the Kindle reports that the royalties for the book are going to steadily increase, at least for the next few months. And I've done this before with Kindle. I've worked in publishing, and it is not that difficult if you give it a few months to build up a royalty stream that alone can put me into an apartment. So yeah, I'll be there before the end of the year. But my next objective is the office space. Yeah, Lord Laney too, the psyop cards. So the psyop cards, and someone just bought a pack tonight, in fact. I'll put a link if you guys want to take a look. The psyop trading cards are going back into production. If you have an order and you haven't received it, that's because a lot of things have been put on hold. But yeah, I am going to resume the print schedule for those. But you can find the link at ips.monster. I do have a number of copies of the set number 2. I'm working on a new one for Squibs, next Squibs. I'm working on a Candace Owens PSYOP card. But I think those have significant viability as a product because there's a marketplace for it. The Illuminati playing cards are immensely popular, and there's a lot of overlap. But there's a distinction between the Illuminati playing cards and the PSYOP trading cards. One is about the conspiracies. Another, ours, is from a more enlightened perspective, but very much the same. Jamarian says, maybe at some point you can put all the cards on a poster. That's true. I'm selling them now through a Shopify store, which integrates with print on demand. So I can do posters, stickers, any kind of stationery. I can put them on t-shirts. If you want a specific PSYOP trading card on a t-shirt, I plan to do that with the reason why I have the Shopify store is I want to take these PSYOP trading cards design and put them on coffee mugs and stickers for water bottles, like the dancing crisis actors, the dancing nurses. But yeah, all excellent ideas. The stickers are going back into production, but it won't be long. Hopefully before Christmas. And so one of the things too is I'm using this company called GoPrint. They print the wrappers, so you can actually have your cards. You buy 24 cards or 30 cards. You could have it in the closed wrapper, so you don't know what's in there. I can randomize them. So once I have a sufficient variety of designs, I'll be working on randomizing them as well. But yeah, shirts, anything. I need to get some kind of IPS shirt or hat or something for live streams. I should be promoting IPS merch. You know, Candace Owens does it. They all do it. but she's promoting her brand, Candace Investigation Agency, CIA. Do Charlie Lives t-shirts with the call-in number. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Lean Dion says, Erica Card, the Smiling Widow wrestling character. Yeah, that's actually a good one too. We need to do one for Butler in the ear thing. But if you're not familiar with the psyop trading cards, it's a work in progress. We're going to continue to produce them. Hopefully every month we have a new set of 12. We had a slight disruption this summer, but we got the first few sets out and we're waiting on the third to be printed. And I will likely get that done before 2026. We're getting close. Isabel Ann says, hey, penguins, long time. Chemtrail still a thing. Happy belated birthday, Tim. I think there's still some people who believe in chemtrails. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and some other politicians are really getting behind it. There's no chemtrails above the off-world stage. Only ice. Only cirrus clouds. Jamarian says, Bubba and Trump card. Yeah. That's just, again, it's a slow psyop week. So what do you expect? At some point, they're going to turn a lot of the stuff over to AI to write the stuff. You know that ESPN got some criticism for a ton of fake sports writers writing AI slop? But people can't tell the difference. Lord Laney says, a card with a bullet and Hiram Abiff scratched into it, protect your neck. Yeah, I want a card with Derek Chauvin and George Floyd sharing a Corona on Epstein Island. Crisis Island, boys. Crisis Actor Island. Play Dakota says, epic stream length. I keep coming in and leaving. Yeah, the standard's going to be 3 hours. Plain says, can you put video on screen? Yeah, I can. It's dark. Sunsets here, it's ridiculous. It's like I sit out here to paint and it's dark within an hour. A Newful says, South Park cartoon is getting a huge spotlight because Trump and Satan, baby. Yeah, I saw that one. Satan's pregnant and it's Trump's baby. Yeah, Jamarian May, I don't even know if I want to read your comment. But yeah, Trump and the hotel, the showers, and now this. Now he's the new Monica Lewinsky. Like, I don't know. To me, this is very lowbrow psyop entertainment. Like, and I want to say you guys can do better, but I don't think they can. Let's Go says your output has been pretty good for being a nomad. Got to give you credit. Thanks. I didn't realize. I mean, I kind of had an idea, but I didn't realize how stultifying the situation was, and how much time and energy was being diverted into really just chaos and drama. But it's like really hard to see it when you're inside it. Like, well, if you're in a situation where your time is your ability to even concentrate is consistently disrupted, and you don't take a break, you kind of lose sight of what you've lost. Because for me to do a live stream, I used to have to like randomly park somewhere, and then I'd have like 30 minutes or something. But it was, I had to fight for every minute live just because of the chaos of daily life. And I'm like, well, what am I enduring all this chaos for? Because it's not going to improve. And it's making it impossible for me to focus on the IPS and its expansion. And then once I exited a particular set of circumstances, suddenly there's an extra 8 hours a day, easily, that had been previously lost, squandered, I should say. Time is our most valuable resource. and look at how they talk about it, the attention economy. Like they have people spending their time talking about the hypothetical situation of Bill Clinton and Donald Trump doing it and Putin watching. Like that's insane. And people spend their time like absorbing that content. And I know it's not serious, but you only have so much bandwidth. And what I've done is I've realized, okay, well, you know, like you defragment your drive. So there's been some defragmentization. There's been some examining of my bandwidth and where am I wasting resources. David John Rivington, hey, Tim and everyone, thank you for joining. Donica Truinsky says Ollie Goering. Yeah, see, I don't think people believe a lot of these things they share. Like, there's got to be an explanation for it. But there's an element of soap opera to all of this as well, and unseriousness. Like, if you had to describe the world stage, the bread and circuses, like, would you call this a tragedy? Would you call it a comedy? Tragic comedy? Is it a satire? Are we living in a parody? A Newful says, hope you don't undermine your nutrition. Hope you, yeah, no, I don't compromise on certain things. Like, I exercise quite a bit, which means I have a set amount of, you know, calories and everything. Yeah, you can't exercise and not eat or sleep. No, I have my priorities straight. Kaido Smoke and Mirror popping in to say hi. Yeah, thanks for joining. We've covered a lot of ground today. We started off talking about how certain churches are now giving you AI Jesus as an app. Apparently that's happening. People are praying to AI Jesus. Plain decoded super sticker 2.79. Okay. A rainbow clapperboard with words behind the scenes. So that's the description of the sticker that you put on the screen, which I don't see right now. I appreciate the clapperboard. Penguinati Auto Hoaxer says, my Dell computer tech told me his cousin was on the Indian moon landing spaceship. So it was a real deal. Oh, this one was manned? When they fake the next moon landing, I think it's going to be done in the Vegas sphere. The old rear screen projection is not going to cut it. They might already be filming it. You realize that Mars, as far as the colonization, it's just going to be a movie. Mars, the movie. Just like the ISS. What's the difference between showing some people in the space station who are really in some basement movie set in Hollywood or something and faking a Mars base in some deep underground military base or just some regular studio like the Vegas sphere or something like that? Yeah, I didn't know that there were Indians in space. I got to catch up. And it's still a valid question. Why have we waited to go back to the moon for so long? And I have a theory about this. The reason why we haven't gone back to the moon is when they do something like that, it has to last for decades. So when when they fake the Apollo missions, the manned missions, those special effects have not aged well. Like if you look back at the moon landings, they're pretty bad and they get worse every year. The ISS, not aging well. Final Cut Pro, I think it's Final Cut Pro. There's video composite artifacts, like they're inserting layers, they're using green screen, chroma key. It's not aging well at all. And so I think that the next time they do the moon landing, it's got to be the cutting edge, and it's got to be sophisticated enough to last for a few decades. They don't want the consumer level tech to look realer than what NASA has. because they already have that problem. Lord Laney says, well, they have, oh yeah. So a lot of people did think that the final experiment, when the flat earthers went to Antarctica, a lot of people, myself included, thought it was probably done in the Vegas dome. And it seems like to fake that they were in Antarctica, they could show you their breath. They were vaping on camera, but hiding the vape. Vapegate. Witsit Spitsit was vape-gating us. Don't vape-gate me, bro. Thank you, let's go. Air for the raft. Stay safe out there. Yeah, appreciate the support. Gas in the think tank. IPS think tank fuel. You know, I have that. I've been testing these things out with one of my suppliers for supplements. I could sell IPS themed supplements. You know how InfoWars does? You just get these white label products, you put a good label on it. So I found this one called, well, it's a pre-workout fuel, but I gave it the title IPS Think Tank Fuel. But from what I can tell, it's just a heavily caffeinated fruit punch with a bunch of vitamins in it. And I don't know if I can endorse it, like in good conscience, because you can get the same thing at Walmart cheaper. But you're buying it for the label. Blap says, what's your Twitch channel name? It's Penguinotti. In fact, I think we're live on Twitch. So I think I can post a link here. Yeah, I got a link. I don't normally stream on Twitch, but I'm going to be. I'm going to get the pro version. It's one of the things that happens when you support this channel. I'm going to upgrade things as I can. And one of the things I'm upgrading is the Restream account. So we'll be on Twitch very soon. Yeah, well, I wanted to, originally the concept was I wanted B12 shots, but I wanted to call it adrenochrome, like adrenochrome shots. A lot of cute people are triggered by the notion, but I thought, why not capitalize on it? Like nobody wanted to buy my chemtrail masks. I started selling chemtrail masks. I said for chemtrails, not COVID. Because I thought maybe the anti-mask people will take a mask for chemtrails. But nobody bought it. I'm like, don't you not, like, aren't you concerned about chemtrail loan? Aren't you afraid of the chemicals they're dropping on you? And no, they're just too stoic. There's like, no, it's cool. I've already been breathing it this long. So they wouldn't wear a mask for chemtrails. But I thought adrenochrome shots could be highly marketable. I just got to worry about labels because, I mean, if you call it adrenochrome, it might have some issues with the FDA. Cranberry soda adrenochrome. I'd have to change it, like adrenochrome. I have to change the. I had this coffee mug. One of my best selling coffee mugs says, "Don't talk to me until I've had my adrenochrome." I should reintroduce that. Diana, alien adrenochrome. See, I think you're right. I think adrenochrome is just very marketable. I would wake up every morning to an adrenochrome shot. Now, I was looking into it, and I did find some B12 pills, but I want the shots. Lean Dion says, first episode of Pluribus, alien toxin is dropped with chemtrails. That's right. That's right. I watched that first episode of Pluribus, about this hive mind. And you know, there is a hive mind. There's a hive mind in the sense that everyone shares the same worldview. Like you could look at Scientologists have a hive mind. Mormons have a hive mind. Woke left, hive mind. Red pill, hive mind. But the world stage itself constitutes a hive mind. The symbol of the beehive is actually pretty prevalent with, Templars, Masons, Mormons, and I think it symbolizes how this place is organized. To the extent that you follow along with the program, you are tapped into it. And you'll notice that the hivers, the hive mind people, the body snatched, they see you not going with a hive mind, and they do that thing. They do that hive mind thing you see in Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where they point at you and they start raging. Sprightly Sprite says B12 pills are just nutritional yeast in gel caps, right? I don't know. People tell me that it's all placebo, but I went from drinking coffee to B12 shots. What's the difference? Well, it's caffeine and B12. Supposedly the B12 is for focus. Now, it could be placebo, but I have noticed that my attention span was greatly extended when it came to tedious, repetitive tasks, more paintings, more words written per day, more books edited, reading more. I do find my productivity levels go up, but it could all be in my head. Diana says, chemtrails are alien adrenochrome. Yeah, they could put anything in it. That's why I'm saying, buy my chemtrail mask. Alex Jones should have capitalized on that years ago. Same with Richie from Boston. He's still out there. Richie from Boston is still creating content where he's just basically getting mad at the clouds. He's been doing that for decades now. And he's got this vocal fry. And I thought, that's because he's out there on the front lines warning us about the chemtrails. He's always out there breathing them in. So I thought the reason for Richie from Boston's gravelly voice is that he's inhaled so many of these contaminants and he's just talking and warning us about it. But no, it's from vaping. I've seen that guy in his, he what do they call it, hotboxing? When you smoke in your car and you don't roll the windows down. He's hotboxing his vape pen. So he's vaping in his Jeep. And the whole thing is just vape. More vape than oxygen. And then he's like, look at the chemtrails. It's like, okay. So you're worried about something 30,000 feet above your head. Meanwhile, you're in a hotbox Jeep inhaling who the hell knows what. Meanwhile, chemtrails are just ice. Busy56 says, why won't the Sky Daddy protect them from chemtrails? Well, you might be surprised to hear this, but there are people who pray away the chemtrails. I'm not going to name names, but I know people who have literally prayed on camera at chemtrails. And one of them said to me that those aren't real airplanes. Those are demons. That those are demons, like the ones that scratched Tucker Carlson. The demons fly in the sky and they present themselves as airplanes to trick us while they spray. And I believe they said that some of them are actually angels and they're wiping away the chemtrails. So there's good and bad, like war in heavens. I've heard that. I don't know what's weirder, the claim that demons disguised as airplanes are spraying the skies with demon juice, or if it's weirder to say that boiling vinegar will cause the chemtrails to disappear. So you can pray them away or you can boil vinegar. Those are the types of results you get in the subjective fictional universe in which they put us, where there really is no real or fake. It's all just this, there's no distinction. It's just so anything goes. A Newful says, so chemtrails are demon pee, so I knew it. Well, the thing is, the argument for the existence of these things leaves it open to almost anything. And they shift the burden of proof. Like, prove to me it's not that. That's what they say. But no, chemtrails do not exist. And the believers in it should thank me and say, I'm so thankful that you discredited this horrifying notion so I don't have to live in fear. But they never thank me for alleviating them of their fears. Instead, they attack me, suggesting that I'm a shill for the airlines. Like, yeah, I get frequent flyer miles from Delta Airlines for dismissing this whole idea. And I noticed that some of the biggest chemtrail proponents, like Naomi Wolf, fly in airplanes. So if you promote this idea that the airplanes are part of some widespread, long-term, protracted chemical warfare campaign, I don't want to see you flying. I mean, at least the pilots and others have no idea what they're a part of, but you know, and you're getting in the planes. That makes you complicit in genocide by your own views. Majorly hypocritical. All right, well, I'll see you all in Discord. We went over a little bit. Interesting calls as usual, I think. We'll have more calls later. I'm going to be sending out a newsletter before live streams with a list of topics and specific things to talk about. It's been a slow psyop week. That's why people are talking about Bubba and Trump. And I'm not crossing my fingers, but I'm still open to the possibility that the magnum opus of the Nolan brothers is still coming. You know, Christopher and Jonathan Nolan, Oppenheimer, Fallout. It could still be coming. And you know, they have a third brother who was a hitman, whose code name was Oppenheimer. But yeah, I had a couple of reasons to think that we were being set up for the real Oppenheimering of likely Seattle, likely with fallout and a resultant lockdown. And it wouldn't shock me if it still went down in 2025. Of course, fake. Kind of a loose prediction, but the predictive programming basis is there. It's just a question of when. When are we going to get Oppenheimered? And where is it going to hit? For some reason, Seattle seems like it rings true, like it would be a viable, maybe even Vegas. You know, Fallout Las Vegas. Okay, so Fallout Season 1 ends in Vegas, and you see this devastation of a post-nuke apocalyptic world. Lord Laney says, if Anunnaki wanted us flying, they would have brewed us up with wings. Yep. Isabel Ann says, new Nolan film, 7/17/26. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, The Odyssey. And last year we were talking about this a bit because the stranded astronauts were stuck as the result of the Calypso capsule. And Calypso is the nymph who keeps Odysseus prisoner for 7 years. And then he escapes. He blinds the Cyclops, who is the son of Poseidon. And then Poseidon takes revenge and triggers all these tribulations that Odysseus must get through before he can make it home. And Poseidon happens to be the name of this nuclear submarine that can supposedly take out coastal cities, something that Russia has. So I thought, well, we got Calypso, Space Odyssey movies coming out. The Nolans are involved, and they're both involved, Oppenheimer and, of course, Fallout. So it seems reasonable that, and this is consistent, the metascript itself, the big story, borrows from a lot of sources, a lot of times biblical. But now we're looking at Greek epics, the story of Greek mythology, the story of Odysseus. Again, Space Odyssey had the Calypso thing. It just seems like if there's a sequence here, then Poseidon would be the next thing to be introduced, the storm. And then speaking of the storm, The Tempest, this Hulu show, I stopped watching it after 4 episodes, but at the end of the 4th episode, it goes to a nuclear submarine and a launch. And this is after the scene where the widow who takes over the New Republicans fake cries on TV. So about the stage where we're at right now, we should be expecting it based on this Hulu series, The Tempest. Again, Tempest, the storm, Poseidon, the god of storms. Andrea says, Glenn Powell hosts SNL tonight. His new film, The Running Man, was released yesterday. He's a dad forced into a deadly game show, battling to survive and reveal the truth about a corrupt system. So Glenn Powell, is he the one that was wearing the muscle suit? This was really strange. The Rock's in the news for losing 60 pounds. And then you have this cover of GQ where Glenn Powell is wearing a rubber muscle suit. I was like, did you borrow that from the Rock? It's a Running Man. Oh, it's a Stephen King. Major metascriptor. Stephen King is definitely, I mean, he wrote The Shining. Okay, so the football movie I'm referencing is the star of Chad Powers. Jamarin May says, have you noticed how much of media is simply recycled? A lot of games remastered, a lot of movies, re-releases, recreations. Yeah. In fact, I coined the term metascript for this examination of history in this way when I noticed how 1968 seemed to be a template year for 2020. Headline after headline, event after event in the summer of 2020 seemed right out of 1968. Well, the late 60s in general, 67, 68, 69. Well, really 67, 68 had a lot of reflections in 2020. And I mind mapped these out. And I started to realize, okay, this is getting very specific. Like Donald Trump says, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Well, that's right out of the mouth of some late 60s segregationist. And he was called out on it. And it's like he didn't know. But it seemed way too specific. Like it was a line he was given. And so at that point, we were looking at this, like, wait, 68 was when the term coronavirus was coined. And we started looking at how many things in 68 were seemingly repeating in 2020. And it got to be to the point where I'm like, okay, they're recycling major stories for dramatic effect. They're repeating certain dialectics. These are recycled myths that we're living through. And we said, if this holds true, then are we going to see 1969 reflected in 2021? And we did find this to be, interestingly, the case. In fact, I think in 2021, on the anniversary of Apollo 11, Jeff Bezos went to space, the billionaire space race. But we were looking at this from the perspective of, like what Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And there is a lot of repetition. Now, Stephen King has a movie out called The Long Walk. And The Long Walk was like late 70s. So it's not new, but the main character, because it's about these individuals who are in a game, kind of like sort of like Squid Games. I mean, very dark stuff, but I think it's televised. So it's sort of similar to Running Man in a way, but they have to walk and they have to stay at least 3 miles per hour. If they fall behind, they get shot. And it's told from the perspective of number 47. So I see Stephen King, who's majorly Trump deranged, walking down a road with a number 47 around his neck. I'm like, what does that mean? And they're like, well, it couldn't possibly be referencing Trump because the book came out in the 70s. I'm like, well, it doesn't necessarily rule that out. Does it mean dead man walking? What does it mean? What's the subtext? A Newful says, Tim Osmond has demon looking. Is there a demon behind me? The mosquitoes here are psychopathic. Busy56 says, you should read Mark Twain's book, Is Shakespeare Dead? About the Shakespeare hoax. Right. Remember William Shakespeare from Warwickshire with a sister named Margaret? Not the William Shakespeare, but the first guy in the UK to take the vax. XG says, Stephen King and Kubrick didn't like each other, allegedly. Well, Kubrick changed the room, the moon room, 217 to 237 for some reason. And The Shining has allusions to Apollo 11 that have been widely discussed. There's documentaries about it, Room 237. But Shining also contains foreshadowing for 9/11. And the people who notice the Apollo 11 stuff don't notice the 9/11 stuff. But I would say King and Kubrick are both metascriptors, one in film, one in books. And by metascriptors, I mean these are artists whose work is part of the buildup to very specific to psyops, to specific events. So the manufacturing of history involves stories being told that we internalize, that they're putting into the world stage, and the reinforcement content is in movies, it's in books, it's in video games, and you can find these essentially propagandists. You know, Stephen King and Kubrick were both involved in creating propaganda related to psyops. Now, does it mean Stanley Kubrick directed these events physically? Maybe. It's an interesting question, but they're part of the process, which is the main thing. Like James Cameron, you look into the relationship between his works and the body of predictive content for 9/11. Yeah, it's pretty undeniable that he has his fingerprints on that event as well. I think it's like an elitist thing to be a director, not just making movies, but to be part of the process of manufacturing history, writing history. I think it's some kind of a prestigious thing. And Stephen King, Alec Baldwin, Robert De Niro, Rosie O'Donnell, Mark Hammond, these are all very Trump deranged people. I don't think they're really Trump deranged leftists. I think that they are LARPing. I mean, maybe they hate Trump, but I think really these are actors who are provocateurs, and they're more or less given talking points. Unmitigated Mind says Dr. Sleep alludes to adrenochrome harvesting. Yeah, Dr. Sleep is the sequel to The Shining. And here's what's interesting is that it has a 9/11 prediction in it, a character who predicts 9/11. And the significance there, of course, is that if The Shining had, in the movie, had these subtle references to an event that hadn't happened yet, not 9/11, it's notable that the sequel to The Shining would also have 9/11 references. It just, to me, it just suggests that Stephen King is more in the know than not. And I haven't seen the new series, Dairy, is that what it's called? Based on it. But I did notice that the trailer had that some kind of a reference to the nuke, the turtle. What is it? The turtle, the duck and cover turtle. So before you had lockdown drills for shooters, you had duck and cover. Yeah, here it is. Bert the turtle. I saw Bert the turtle in the trailer. Jermaine May says, I have a question for you. Why do you think pornography is ubiquitous and encouraged from a spiritual standpoint? I don't think it's new. Nothing really is new. Everything's just been made more accessible thanks to the means of reproduction and creation. But, you know, we have limited bandwidth and people choose to focus wherever they want to. And yeah, this world stage isn't really ever encouraging people to take a break, take a media fast. Like, do people not get bored anymore? How do people handle not having their devices around them? Let's Go says slop predates AI. Yeah, it does. A lot of people complain about AI slop, but the AI slop is actually better than a lot of the pre-AI slop. Like country music has this trending song that happens to be like the top country music song right now, completely made with AI. I knew this would happen. Like, it's going to happen with books. It's going to happen with movies. It's going to happen with stand-up comedy. What's going to happen when everything is done better with AI, including government? You think people are going to say no? I don't think so. I don't think we can stop it. I think that we're looking at something incontestable, totalitarian, totally successful, inescapable. And that's not doomy. I mean, I'm not doom and gloom. It's not black pill. It's just objectively true. This is real. We're outnumbered. Believers outnumber the non-believers, and the programmers have a captive audience in a closed informational system with a fully guardrailed population, like mentally guardrail. People defend the program like NPCs. All right, this has been fun. We'll continue this conversation later. I need to finish the new Frankenstein movie. And there's a couple of, oh yeah, I was watching Dr. Robot, no, Mr. Robot. I got there one episode. And in that one episode, in like the first minute of Mr. Robot, the main character is talking about the 1% of the 1% control all the media, and all the major world events are produced by them. And he knows how it works, and they're after him. So it starts off with this kind of paranoid rant. I was like, that kind of sounds like us. Ryler says, believers outnumber the non-believers. Well, I think Swifties outnumber believers. All these celebrities take up so much of our bandwidth. You know the QAnon people are focused on Justin Bieber and Britney Spears, like to an alarming degree. Like, why are you so obsessed with Britney Spears and Justin Bieber? And it's because they believe that these are MK Ultra mind controlled deep state puppets who are going to tell the truth. Lean Dion says Mr. Robot is really good. Yeah, I plan to watch it. I didn't plan to have Netflix. I don't need Netflix in my life right now, but they pickpocketed me, like they pickpocket you in the middle of the night. So I'm like, well, I'm going to have to watch something now. Got to make it worth it. And it is, because what we're doing here isn't entertaining ourselves, but we're examining the programming. So if you can imagine a big TV, a vast screen, the masses have their noses pressed up against it. It's their frame of reference. If you try to talk to them, they shush you. They don't want any peripheral information. They're focused on the screen, this vast screen. And what we have done is we have taken the perspective of, let's look at the world and the screen as separate things. So we've stepped back enough from the screen. We've socially distanced ourselves from it and the program. So it's not that we're watching the programming and getting programmed. We're watching the programming and the programmed. So like when I watch something on Netflix, it's not for my own entertainment, even if it is entertaining, but it's also remaining cognizant of the propaganda function and what messaging is reaching the programmed. So what are they programming people for? Because that gives you an indication of where we are going. Because whatever the believers are being primed to accept is going to be reflected in media. That's why I describe what we're doing as more anthropology than ideology. We're alien anthropologists. Very ivory tower. When I say off-world stage, yeah, this is very academic. We're not like in the mud. Ankshi says, seems like commercials have a significant amount of programming in them too. Yeah, and it's not just on the Super Bowl. So we have to keep in mind that there's every propaganda conduit out there will be compromised. We're not limiting ourselves to movies. We're not making these direct movie fake events. exactly template correlations. I mean, there's overlaps, but it's a bigger media ecosystem, and every possible conduit is employed. And I don't watch enough regular television to keep up with it, but there was a period of time where I was watching CNN. It was always on, and I was watching the commercials. And in fact, I did note many examples of what we would consider concurrent programming in the commercials. Andrea says, I'm going to examine SNL tonight. Thank you. Yeah, take one for the team. I'll watch bad movies for programming value, movies that I wouldn't ordinarily watch, just because we're trying to figure out, well, what is the number one content, number one show being blasted into the most number of minds? Because the target demographics for any movie are also going to be the target for the corresponding psyops. That's kind of the pattern here. So we look at the programming in order to see where things are going. Jamarin May says there's lots of programming in older shows like Full House. Yeah, well, we're mind mapping this out because like when we get into 311, it's going to be intriguing because this is where I really started to hone in on this stuff. Like I started to take it as significant that it goes this far back and it's this widespread, as with 9/11. But before the pandemic, the 311 number, the date, it actually shows up in a lot of sitcoms. And we can go to Wikipedia, like the season number, episode number, the theme of the episode, and we do derive from this a consistent pattern. Andrea says, I watched SNL and Stuart Colbert for the team. Yeah, and it's okay to like Netflix. I'm not against any of this stuff. I mean, the fact is the PSYOP entertainment complex gets the best writers, the best content creators, the best special effects. Lean Dion says, Mr. Robot has a conspiracist MAGA type that kills one of the main, claiming he's a crisis actor. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, so I started watching 0 Day with Robert De Niro. And the first episode, you have these two subway trains crashing. So it's like 9/11. So there's this crowd of people outside waiting for their loved ones to come out of the subway. And in the crowd, there's some guy saying, it's all fake. They're all actors. Nobody died. And the mob just goes after him. And they have to like calm it down. But what is the messaging there? Well, the NPCs identify with the mob and they've been programmed. If some guy's at an event calling it fake, get him. If he says nobody died, kill him. I mean, it's ironic. I'm saying this stuff is fake. Like with with Psycho Stu. When Psycho Stu got punched 23 times in the face while he was unconscious by Raja Jackson, I said it was fake. And I said so on some mixed martial art guy's Twitter feed. And I got hundreds of death threats and beating threats. Like, how about I come down to where you are and I punch you in the face 20 times and see if you call it fake? It's like, okay, well, I don't believe he was knocked unconscious from being body slammed. Well, how about I come body slam you on the concrete? Let your head hit the ground. Like, how about no? Like, please don't shoot me in the neck since I said Charlie Kirk got squibbed. Like, the people that believe it's real, when confronted with the proposition it's fake, want to do it to you for real, even if it makes them murderers. Like, they get really bloodthirsty, these mainstream media fundamentalists. It's like media Akbar. Ryler says people can be weaponized by the media. Absolutely. Yeah, they are being. And they're being weaponized against us. So if we say fake, it's like Agent Smith, what we call it? Agent Smith syndrome. No, Plato's cave dwellers. Well, they're the ones who just don't want to hear it. But the ones who get really mad at you, it's like Agent Smiths. Lean Dion says lunatics. Right. Well, you're going against the state church. The psychology is the same. When I say that media has supplanted religion, I mean it quite literally. And it's not surprising that when people respond to our claims, it's almost like you're committing blasphemy. Like, here we are, heretics. This is heresy. We're discussing extra canonical gospels. We're challenging the very existence of their God constructs, and the believers get super triggered. They see us as infidels. Like, off with your heads. They want to throw rocks. They want to crucify me. Jamarian May says, the video games are particularly hypnotic. I was playing a puzzle game last night and all sorts of subconscious things came to the surface. Yeah, video games are another place where it's unmitigated programming, even in just the big picture. Like, we had decades of sustained mass shooting scenarios that are very unbelievable death tolls. Like, how's some 90-pound weakling going to kick down a door and get 26 headshots? Well, in a video game universe, that's easy. You play video games that are, first-person shooters. You kill hundreds of people during your session, but they normalized it. So I'm like, well, okay, so when I think video games, I think basically shooting people in the head. And then all your friends, you get together, you're all online together, shooting people in the heads. And that's all you do. Well, that's where you immerse yourself, in these video games. You're immersed in this fictional universe, this simulation, where you just simulate high body counts, shooting a bunch of people all the time. Your point of view is you're just basically a gun. It's just this gun in the screen, just boom, boom, boom. And then you see on the screen, on the news, mass shootings. Well, now these things aren't so far-fetched. It's the Overton window. They open the Overton window where these high body counts are somewhat believable. So then they have something happen like Vegas and like, 300 people were shot. It's like, well, I would have done 500. Like, it makes it seem believable. So video games set the stage for a lot of stuff, not to mention how many games are, if they're not first-person shooters, you're in space. When, just space travel, space themes, aliens. It's all to reinforce the cosmography we've been given. Jamarian says, I'm aware that social media like Instagram affects the energy of the user. The algorithm works hand in hand with your energy field. Yeah, that's an interesting proposition. And you're probably right. Everything is being measured to a nuance where I think their psyops will get better and more targeted and more frequent. They know everything. They know how to trigger you. Like, every word, every prop in every psyop is meant for its triggering effect. Oh, Sam says, I remember Metroid Dread for Nintendo Switch had blatant concurrent COVID programming in the storyline about a virus on the loose. Right. Also, let's see. There was Call of Duty, World War III. And if you look at the logo, the World War III, you flip it, it's a 311, the way they colored the letters, and then the soldiers have masks. You have the timing of things are also significant. For example, Modern Warfare 3 on the eve of 10/7. But you immerse yourself in these simulations, and it informs your frame of reference, and you're basically an open receptacle for any kind of programming. It's very passive. And I'm not against video games. I don't play them, but there's no reason to think that any of these conduits would be immune from this thing. But one nice thing is this. It's about situational awareness. If you're aware of the programming, you're inoculated against it. Like, you could consider infinite plane radio to be mind war inoculation. It's like a vax for your mind. I know you might be anti-vax, but you listen here long enough, You're going to have a healthy level of skepticism. In other words, a healthy mental immune system. In a world where the governments program the populations to be completely credulous when it comes to the propaganda. They give you mind aids. You don't graduate high school if you don't have mind aids, if you haven't been fully prepared for the propaganda war as a passive recipient and true believer in all of it. Yeah, that's a good one, Jamarian May. That pluribus seems to be tied into the 3I Atlas psyop. The timing of it is definitely there. You know, there was another one that came out a couple years ago. I think it was called Third Body Problem. And this one had to do with aliens sending signals just like this other one. And the signal was, you are bugs. Like the aliens were basically saying that we are bugs. So we have pluribus, third body problem. Both have this idea of the aliens are, you know, it's not the physical aliens that come in here and take us down, but it's a signal and it gets into our minds. Yeah, three body problem was pretty good. And you know what, when it ended, it focused on the scene of this locust invasion. And I think we even had something real time corresponding with it. I'll have to go back and look. Another good one was Moonfall. We're talking about aliens. In that one, the moon was not a organic object, but it was brought here. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but we do need to make a point to create a couple of things. One of them was the IPS movie list, and then, of course, the library. When I get into the office, I'm going to get copies of all the books that we reference, all the research materials. In fact, I want to get into some of the public domain stuff, like Edward Bernays' propaganda is public domain. So what I want to do is I want to take this book, read it, and put commentary from an auto-hoaxer perspective on the margins, and then print our own version of it. So we want to create the IPS library, which would then be very simple for me to, you know, facilitate receiving books, sending books, you know, basically keeping the information flow. But we also want to list all of the relevant movies, the allegories, the ways that what we describe have been represented, like, accurately. Like, if you want to understand how the world works, watch In the Mouth of Madness, John Carpenter. Jamarian May says, Elon's ex Grimes posted that they would be removing both Saturn and the moon. I haven't kept up with Grimes. I thought it was interesting when she said they would be using AI to take the systemic corruption out of communism and nobody would have to work, which is great because she said no forced labor because it's not a vibe. I'm glad to know, you know, that forced labor is not a vibe. Jamarian May says, why are they pushing their new transhumanism system since old? Oh, I see. So you think it's an upgrade? Like, okay, so transhumanism to me is not real. Like somebody was mad at me because I said I was a transhumanist. And I said, oh, you're a shill. No, I'm not a transhumanist. Transhumanism is another one of these elements to the world stage, the modern paradigm, where they've borrowed from traditional concepts. So like the idea of transcendence has been replaced by the idea of digital consciousness uploads, where now your mind is on a junk drive and they can upload you to a cloud. And transhumanism is a way of describing like ascended states or spiritual enlightenment, but told through the lens of science fiction. Like, I don't think there's anything to it. The idea of digital immortality, No, it's just necromancy. I mean, the best they can do is give you an app where you can talk to a AI version of a dead relative. I mean, that's not exactly transcendence. There's actually a series about this. It was on Amazon called Upload, where people who die can choose between going to heaven or going to the cloud. And if you go to the cloud, your family can go buy you stuff with the app. It reminds me of like purgatory or something. But anyway, your family can actually interact with you by putting on a VR headset. So now you're dead, but you're in a cloud because your consciousness has been preserved and your family's still interacting with you. Jamirin May says, Saturn feeds on our light and our world is full of darkness, very little light. They're relocating Saturn to feed elsewhere. I've heard these various scenarios where Saturn is described as some kind of, like we're in some kind of a soul recycling matrix. Like we arrive from the sun and the moon harvests us, and then we are recycled endlessly, but ultimately it's a projection from Saturn. I've heard this before. It's intriguing. But you know, Saturn has always been associated with the cycles of life and death, the Grim Reaper, which again, the Reaper, the sickle, it's all about the harvest. And the idea of the recycling of souls is kind of implied here, that we're in some kind of a soul recycling system. But Saturn appears in movies, like in very symbolic ways. Like, for example, Dark City, the strangers who control time and reset everything and have us in this collective dream, very matrixy. And they're represented as dressed in all black with these brimmed hats. They all look like Klaus Schwab. The same exact type of characters appear in Coppola's movie Megalopolis, and they're called the Design Authority. I think these are interesting models to try to explain things, but I think it's undeniable that if you look, because you know, beyond just the psyops and the propaganda applications, there is an occult subtext to a lot of these things, and we do consistently see, and this is huge in Westworld too, a lot of Saturnian symbolism, stuff that relates to the idea of time, space control, and the god Saturn, Kronos, you know, god of time. In fact, I recently watched the Fantastic Four, and in Fantastic Four, it's about the four who got their powers from the sun after flying in an obelisk to space, and then they get the rays of the sun. And then a couple of the characters have a baby, and you have Galactus, who's like this entity who devours planets. He's like this devourer. And I thought it's a very Saturnian character. And interestingly enough, the Human Torch has a scene where he's playing with the new baby, and he holds the baby up and he pretends like he's eating it just for a split second. And I was like, wow, that looks like Saturn devouring his own child, like a reoccurring image. Can't be a coincidence. But the general theme was this Galactus character is going to devour the baby, and it's like this storyline that if you look at it from an astrotheological perspective, it's about the rising sun conquering the night ruled by Saturn, and the cycle of night and day, and the birth of the sun, the savior, and conquering the night, and then it dies at the end when Saturn kills it. You know, this solar myth. Well, the first Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, has the same character, and they actually have a scene where you can see the head of Galactus's shadow is projected at Saturn. But yeah, we'll continue this conversation later. We hit 4 hours. I just like time's flying here. And we have quite a lot going on in Discord. So if you haven't been there, go to ips.monster. Thanks again for all the channel support, for keeping this think tank moving forward. And we're working on this project, History Benders. I think it's a game changer. What we're bringing forth here is something of a marketplace disruption. It's in the making, but the progress has been consistent. And this history bending thing and the book promotion are, I think, instrumental in this next phase. So thanks for your support, and we will see you all in Discord. And there is a 24/7 stream. I'm using the backup channel, which is at Infinite Plane Radio. I'll make sure I put a link so that if you, and it's also on Twitter. So if you go on Twitter, you see them live. It's likely replay of the last 24 hours of content. And I've been trying to get to 24. We might actually be there now. So I look forward to seeing you all in Discord and the chat. And thanks again. It's been Infinite Plane Saturn Day for November 15th, 2025.